my name's Andy Law. Welcome to my living room, where we gather every single week, except for holidays, or when Nurgle attacks, or whenever we just go meh, to play LAWhammer.
Yay!
I'm looking forward to this one, and not just because somebody's missing.
Suck it down.
Suck it down. Now, the big question is Dan not here because of the explosive events at the end of the last episode? Or is Dan not here for another reason? Well, you'll find out as we begin. It's going to be a fun one. He gets to skip the XP that you're all about to get because XP first. We're just going to dive straight in. Last week, we had quite an event. You went tearing down through the undercity of Altdorf, having met with Emmanuel Ferrand, the Emperor's brother, and were guided by a grey wizard to a Scaven rally.
Thankful Fest.
A Thankful Fest. Yeah, let's call it that.
Thank Fest.
Yeah. It's a Thank Fest.
Yeah.
And
Did you get a commemorative tank card?
you did not. So I'm sorry to say there isn't one. Commemorative Warpstone or commemorative Katarina or a commemorative Emperor perhaps, but yeah, not a cup. Yeah, so you can kind of live with it. And to cut a very long story short, you snuck your way in through all the Scaven and their various human Scaven hybrid weirdos, moved into the back, found yourself the supposedly assassinated Princess of Midnight, found yourself what you believe may be the actual Emperor, and then upon sneaking out, realizing there was no easy way out of the place, Grim, the Grey Wizard, called upon the demon that had been chasing him for some time, and it rampaged through everything. And as you were in the great chaos that erupted afterwards, sneaking your way out, Grim, in his last act before that demon reached him through an enormous spell into the heart of the Scaven machinery, which had been used to control and create their doubles. And as far as you're aware, probably the only one that there is.
Well, after we smashed up the other one.
And then we rolled a d10 to see how bad the explosion would be. And if it was a 1, it was truly awful. Fate point central, everyone's dead, it's terrible. If it was a 10, it didn't affect you at all. It only affected those who were very close by the machine. And you rolled a 2.
It wasn't a 1. It wasn't a 1.
And you rolled a 2. But as it all goes boom, you're on your way out alongside your almost palsied Emperor and Katarina wrapped up in the cloak of, I think it was aluminium, I think, gave her the cloak.
I would say so.
So, the first question is, was this mission a success?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, hell yes it was. You managed to go all the way down into a very dangerous area. You managed to avoid a demon. You managed to avoid that demon even more so later. We managed to get through this great Scaven stronghold without being detected. We got through, collected the ones we wanted, and came out the other side. I'm calling that a pretty big win. Good job, everyone. So that being the case, I reckon that we can get ourselves 130 XP. Ooh. Somebody please mark it for poor Mr. Dan, who is not here to claim it.
So we just take it. So that's my XP now.
Yeah, that's your XP. 100%.
I think the least you can do is
you can
split
just split it evenly between you. It's the only right thing to do, isn't it? 27 XP each. Big haul. Assuming that I can divide by 5. I'm not convinced I can. So let's just move on.
Don't worry.
Did I say 135 or 130?
You said 130.
So it's 26 XP. So I was close. Right. Next. Did anybody do their short-term ambition?
No.
So, anyone got a short-term ambition?
No.
Group party short-term ambition was?
Find out if the traps were behind the attack.
Yeah, I think we went in quite a different direction there, so we definitely didn't do that.
No.
Are we wanting to keep that as the party's short-term ambition, or would you like to have a different short-term ambition now that we're currently...
Return the Emperor.
Yeah, because the Scaven were happy that fake Katarina died, but not necessarily that they were the cause of her dying, right? Like, we don't know for sure.
Should we say return the Emperor to the Emmanuel, or return Katarina to Boris?
I don't think we're gonna. I mean, I think return the Emperor.
Do you want to leave it that open? Are you going to poo-poo that?
To
Return the
Imperial
Emperor to
Palace.
where?
To the Imperial Palace.
5
to
steps in
Emmanuel
front of
Palace.
you.
You returned him!
Put him in an envelope and post
Return him
it.
to the palace.
Palace is good. Palace is good because then at least like exchange value. Like I want something from Emmanuel. Like we're getting something out of that guy.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a slip rope, but we're getting something.
Still got something. I'm still winning.
Take my blood. Take it.
It's rubbish.
All right, good. So return
Safely to the
return the
Imperial
Emperor to the palace. Love it. Does anyone want to change their short-term ambition? Is there anything personal that they would like to resolve? Yes.
Yes, I had learned
Ed and Ed?
grey magic spell from
Yes.
Emmanuel, which obviously very tricky to do. However, he did spend a long time watching another grey magister doing
yes,
some
yes, yes.
things. So I'm just going to say, do a grey magic spell.
I mean, if you wish to do so, go
Please
for
stop.
Why?
Stop.
it. Everyone
Some
loves
people
your
just
short-term
like to stand on the
ambitions.
train tracks, all right?
Yeah.
Anyone else like to change theirs?
Mine's still find out if Greta and the barge is safe. I'm
And you
happy to
keeping
keep
that? Okay, good.
And mine will continue to be recover meat pie and Geralt.
Also sounds good.
Mine is convinced the North to side with Null. I don't know if that's still relevant anymore.
Yeah, it might be worth
Don't even
changing.
know anymore. We don't know anymore.
Yeah.
Do we define the palace, by the way, then?
We just said the Imperial
Yeah, we
Palace.
did Imperial Palace. Yep.
It's good to check.
Off Nippon. Fly across the world. Mine's fine protection for the seal. Reasonable to still do, I think.
Yep, that sounds good to me.
There is a zoo in all.
And if we're all done with that, then I think it's probably time for me to pass over to the ever marvelous Mr. Andy Leask, so he can say what's happening on Inside the Rookery this week.
So inside the Rookie, we are welcoming Chris McDowell from Bastion Land Press, maker of games such as Into the Odd, Mythic Bastion Land, Electric Bastion Land, and also he's a patron where he kind of writes about his process and kind of shares insights into how he's designing things and how his playtesting goes. Great guy. He also has the high honor of being the most requested guest I've ever had. Our patrons, every time we're like, who would you like us to get on? Every time they ask us to get Chris on. He is a busy guy. It's been hard to kind of get our schedules to line up, but it's finally happening tomorrow, and we're going to be talking about building sandboxes for your RPGs. So do come along and join us. It'll be great.
Yeah, I love a sandbox RPG. That's pretty much what we built when we organised the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay starter set. It was effectively a starter sandbox for everyone to go play in Ubersreich and the surrounding duchy. So yeah, I do love a sandbox, and I do love making sure that it's a playable sandbox. So yeah, it should be a fun one. This Saturday, 7 p.m. And if you don't catch us live right now and you're catching this on the Monday, it will already be on YouTube for you to watch over Rookery Publications YouTube channel. Right.
Is that how time works? Wow.
It is how time works. It's funny, isn't it? Right. I think we're good to go, unless anybody has anything they'd like to bring up. Are we ready for mass? No?
I have a question. You said
Good
last
start.
time there would be rewards and gifts.
Oh, I
for
did, because it was a special
was a
birthday, didn't
Double
I?
birthday Sotek episode.
Yes, I did.
Wow, well done.
Well remembered.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, bear in mind we're about to call it a warpstone explosion. That gift might be an extra arm. Careful what you wish for.
Happy birthday to you. Yeah, I did. And we'll see if that happens during the episode as we hit episode number 63. We're getting there slowly but surely as we head into Masks in Velvet. Blackness. A void. Black. A distant rumble through the ground wakes Father Leopold. His legs are roll a D100.
That many feet away.
You 100, you say?
Yeah.
53?
Nice. His legs are in agony as he looks down and
But you
sees
have legs.
I have
a
legs.
large rock resting heavily on his thigh. He's not sure if it's broken or if it's not. There's dust in the air and everything is hell. His ears are ringing so loud. It is almost overwhelming as a small rock hits him square in the forehead. Astonishingly much sorer than almost all the rest of his body. For all, he has been caught underneath as he suddenly realizes he's underground with the Jaegers, with his friends, and shit, the Emperor. Shit, Katerina. As it all comes swimming back to mind, and he tries to shift, and the stone is too heavy.
Uh-oh.
It might be not too heavy to move. Do some strength test. Athletics, in fact.
Athletic shit.
Yay, athletics.
No strength?
I
mean, to be fair, they're
actually,
near
no,
enough
I'm going to run off strength.
They're near enough to say. Makes no difference to me. 4 successes.
Sweet! As he shifts it, moves it, and it's heavy. It's more of a, just a little bit, as he feels himself straining, causes his head to throb where it was struck, as blood trickles down, and he shifts his leg out from underneath it. It's been caught badly, crushed. He squeezes it, and can it hold his weight? It's sore, but it can. He doesn't think it's broken. Probably. It's really sore, though.
Imagine
Dust is in the air.
he would instinctively use abiding faith at that point, make
Sounds
himself
good.
a little prayer.
Yeah, go for
Yeah.
it. He starts coughing through a prayer to Sigmar. The dust in the air is thick and causes breathing to be difficult.
He's learned from Alabama. He always has a scarf.
It's usually around
Pulls
size
it.
though.
Yeah.
Up and over, and the hotness of his breath catches in it as he realizes that there's something in his arm.
Oh.
Oh my god, no.
And it's the movement that causes it as he and pulls out. It's not much. It's a shard of rock that was stuck underneath the bicep between the bone.
Rock, I'll take.
Yeah,
Could
Yeah.
have been much worse.
Yeah, could have been worse.
and pulls it. Ow, ow, that's sore. Oh dear. Where's Gerhardt when you need him? Where's everyone else as you look around, trying to understand, but the air is so thick with dust it's almost impossible to perceive anything. As he kicks,
And that would normally affect him, but his ears ringing probably does.
Yeah.
So.
as
Yeah.
he kicks into Birdie. Birdie,
Ow!
roll a D100. No ow. No ow yet.
I might be unconscious.
Let's find out.
23.
23 kicks into you and causing you to stir.
Oh.
You feel it as it hits the side of your breastplate, causing another movement, and conk, something else hits off your breastplate. Clonk, something else hits off.
I think we're wearing our armor.
Oh, your armor's off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
As,
Oh, Andy.
as thud
I didn't
into your chest.
I didn't put
As
myself in.
you kind of roll out to the side to get away from the pain, thud again, and hits in by your belly. It's not the biggest rock, it's only about so far, and it hasn't fallen that far. It's fallen far enough, though, that it's felt, and it just hits the side of your hip, causing the skin to break there as it hits the bone, and the resistance of the bone causes the skin to break as it slides off.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it could be. Can I have an endurance test, please?
Yeah, you can. I'm going to use my fortune point.
Oh, yes! 40 points already!
No, it's still a fail.
Doesn't matter how many. The fail is all that's required. The pain is overwhelming. And it's not just the pain from the thuds and the slight kick. It's the pain from your ankle.
Oh, ow.
It's searingly sore. And it's enough that as you wake her up, she screams. Ah!
He won't hear it though because his ears are ringing.
You do.
Try and quiet her without...
You're not even convinced it's Birdie to begin with. Until you get closer and
That was a very Scaven-y scream, which
and
is
the-
on brand.
wash of holiness meets your hands as you come in. Yeah, it's Birdie. No one's like this. It's Birdie. Hey, Gerhardt.
She gets to the bottom of that.
I'm so confused.
Roll a D100.
I just want to go on holiday. Can I have a fortune point? It's just out of curiosity.
It is not a test.
Yeah. 70.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's quite high.
You wake up.
I'm really nervous now.
You wake up and there's stone across the top of your body. Your head's at the side. Pressure on it. Your face feels wet.
Oh, good.
The body here feels compressed as well, as you can barely breathe. Your body automatically, without you even trying, shifts to try and see how it can move, and pain lacerates up your right side. Rubble falls off your body at the bottom. Your arm is stuck and bent in on itself, caught by the same weight, and can't move up, can't shift. You're scared it might be broken. It feels like it's too close to the shoulder.
Yeah, that's great.
But the compression is causing so much pain you can't identify the individual pain that might be coming from it. You're possibly in trouble, and it's pitch black, not any light at all. Utter darkness, so dark that you're not entirely sure which way is up to begin with, and you think you might be face down until you shift and the rubble falls off you, and you realize you're face up.
Gravity. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Help! Help! Help!
Endurance test.
Please!
Let's see how help translates to the actual noise that's emitted.
Pass. One success.
One success.
Yeah.
Help! As a mixture of help and clear pain comes from a little bit further away than you would have expected. You were all making your way along the upper corridor, having made your way up the side. And it's a good from where you are. You can just hear it a good 15 paces away. Quite some distance off in that direction as you hear Gerhardt calling out. He appears to be in some distress. Not address, just in some distress.
Well, I mean, if Birdie doesn't appear to be like bleeding to death, I guess you'll head over towards him tentatively.
Make your way over and do yourself a perception test. And the difficulty for this one is, given the circumstances, 6. It's really high. Sorry.
Would I be
Sorry,
helping
sorry.
with my cries?
7 success.
Actually,
Never
the
mind.
opposite. As you almost stand on Sage. Poor old Yume is sitting down there, and your
Almost.
foot almost goes down as your foot lands, and you scoop it forward just a little bit, causing your step to go off slightly, and your ankle gives away a little as you twist on the side and stumble to your hands, but you haven't hurt yourself. You've avoided it. As you sort of half collapse on her legs, which is enough to wake you up.
Waking up to this blind monstrosity straddling you. I can only apologise.
Can I have a D100 roll, please?
45.
45. You are covered in weight. Apparently, Leopold's not that light. On your legs, Leopold has a bit of his weight as his leg is half across you and he's sort of bum-landed on his hands behind you so that he doesn't crush you underneath his weight, which is probably for the best given that your leg feels really sore, possibly exactly where he was about to step. Really sore. The pain is... But the bigger pain is in your forehead. Right where the lightning once struck you, and your scar, which, when one's wearing paint, can't be seen, but when one isn't, is quite clear on her head. And it feels like someone's just taken a dagger and a hammer and gone tonk, 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 No! No, it's sore! Really sore! Toughness test, please.
Yeah.
As endurance test, actually. But,
Four
yeah.
successes.
4 successes. As you wake up and can see nothing. It is pitch black. 0 light at all. And the fumbling of Father Louisville to the side, the calls of a very pained Gerhard going, help! Help! Over towards the side. And what you think might be Birdie swearing.
Well, at least I know some of my friends are around.
You've almost crushed him, but not quite.
Ouch.
Are you alright?
I've been better.
I'm gonna flank out.
Uh-huh.
Keep going.
Just kidding.
That's never good.
Oh, sorry. Actually hilarious.
Is it?
No.
You're about to find out. As you feel, and everything's beginning to swim into some sort of coherent, perceptual area for him. It's all filled with dust, and that's causing all sorts of issues for his senses. It's difficult to hear, and he's got this ringing, which makes it more difficult to hear, but it's not real sound. It's in his head sound, and it has a different impact to some of the other things that are around him. Her waking up, he's there, and he begins to feel approximately where Gerhardt is, and the salient details of a large rock. The outline of it becomes more clear to his blind senses. It's big and is sitting on him. He's possibly in a lot of trouble. And sitting right behind him is a corpse.
Oh.
And he's not sure which.
Oh, no.
There's nobody in the party we could afford to lose.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Dan. Uh-oh.
Stankwell.
It's me.
What are you doing as the only person who's up and active at the moment?
I mean, I guess getting to Gerhardt, first of all.
The corpse is between you and Gerhardt.
Oh, well, I guess.
So you'll get past that.
Attempting to identify the corpse.
So making your way over,
Yeah.
feeling roughly, stepping over where you are, as
Touch the hair.
you've got solid things in your head. Oh, there's bits of rock in your head.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh no, this is
I've been told by Gerhard not to take stuff out
So
of
just-
wounds.
just lie there. What's Birdie doing? Your ankle.
How is my ankle? Can I stand on it?
Let's try. Oh, it doesn't want to take your weight. It feels like an extraordinarily bad twist or break, one or the other. Oh no, that's sore.
And having done that, it's impossible to tell which.
Yeah, I have also done this, and it is impossible to tell which.
That's really painful.
Off to the hospital with you, indeed. Oh dear. You're glad you're not wearing your armor.
Yes.
In your armor, you don't think you'd be able to move.
Yeah.
It'd be too heavy. You'd have to get stripped off then. Oh, fuck, that hurts. And you can hear from behind you the And I have a perception test from you and a perception test from you as well, given where you are.
And I remembered I have abiding faith as well, so I might
Go
pray
for
to
it.
that.
Start praying.
10 successes.
No,
Sweet.
fail.
You catch it. The distant sounds of scrabbling. And you can't decide to begin with where it's coming from, ahead or behind. As it begins to... No, it's coming from behind. Probably something attempting to make its way out of the cataclysmic hellhole that has been left behind. You presume.
I don't hear howling though, right? So that's something.
Yeah, that's something.
10 successes.
Oh, sweet. Nice. So that gives you what? Because I can't remember what the talent does
But
exactly.
it lets you heal D10 wounds, and you feel better, but you still have the physical wounds.
Yeah, totally. You can basically ignore the effect.
But I don't know how wounded
Just
I
roll
was.
Yeah.
It lets you look
You're on 0 wounds. So
Okay.
you're on 0 wounds. You're on 0 wounds. You're on 0 wounds.
Okay.
I want 8.
There's someone else on 0 wounds as you make your way over the corpse of the Emperor.
Oh, God.
No.
I rolled 0, 0. I actually rolled 0, 0. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it was actually hilarious.
Well, just to note here, it just says the Emperor. It doesn't say he has to be alive in our short-term version.
True.
Holy crap sticks! That's changed the entire story. As the dawning realization of, as you put your hands down, feel the face,
Is he definitely dead?
there is no heartbeat. It's his legs that are the bigger problem. There is no legs. It's just covered with a giant rock. As your hand moves to the periphery and accidentally slips into his guts, and comes up. And as it comes up, the intestine literally snakes out of his hands.
I mean, not even.
You don't have indifferent blood and guts, so do roll yourself a cool test, please.
It's not even the healing hand miracle can help.
Yeah,
with
this
that,
one's a
I don't think.
difficulty 3-1. I'm going to make it difficulty 4 because it's also a religious issue, because this is the potential head of your entire cult in truth. No, take yourself 2 stress points, please.
Sure thing.
We can't spend a fate point to make him live.
You cannot.
Shit.
Yeah, quite. It's got to be someone in his line of sight and an ally. And there was no line of sight, you were unconscious.
Dark.
And Bombs. No, savior! In this instance, and you can't do it for anyone other than your own henchman, but you can do your own henchman. Indeed. As it hits, do yourself a second. Oh no, you failed the cool test, didn't you? So the realization of it hits and hits him hard as a low wail comes from Leopold, mixed with an edge of utter frustration and despair.
We were so fucking close.
So fucking close. Aluminium, maybe that's enough to wake you up. I would like an endurance test first.
Oh, an endurance test first. That's great, because that means I can re-roll that fail. Oh, cool. 13. 1 success.
1 success.
An auspicious number.
Aluminium, eye, possibly consciousness flickers into activity. Roll a D100.
40.
40. 43.
Better than my first roll of 8. So lucky I got an endurance test first.
You are lying, somewhat spread-eagled,
Like-
with an enormous rock between your legs.
Flashbacks.
Your hand is caught underneath a big pile of rubble, and it's a weight that gives slightly as your hand shifts, but only slightly. The other side over here is covered with rock and bits and pieces of rubble. Your leg feels sore. Really sore. Endurance test.
I'll fortune point that. I'm not doing very well. Oh, 60. That's perfect. That's my actual endurance.
Oh, that's perfect.
6 successes.
As you shift,
First one was
And-
66.
immediately become aware of your surroundings. It's pitch black. You can see nothing. Not even your elf eyes can catch anything in this. After all, you only have night vision, not dark vision. So you can only see when there's at least a source of light
I'm
somewhere.
feeling for her
The
hair.
question is Katarina, now she was by you, not 0-0. As your hand
Squash
reaches
both
out.
of them, so we'll be
I'll be
trouble.
fucking raging, man. I'll be fucking
You're
raging.
right to be raging if I rolled it twice.
I think Sotek would be
Let's-
flying back from it.
Okay, her endurance test, she passes with 1 success. As Katrina wakes up, as your hand on this side hits her. This hand's completely caught. Your hand hits the side of her face, almost goes in her eye, and it's all blood by her blonde hair. It's all wet and damp as you feel over, and she, who passed but just, goes, ah! and whaps at your hand like you might possibly be some sort of horrible, I don't know, danger rat. Danger bat. Something is trying to get her. As her hand wasps from side to side to try and get rid of you. He's wailing not far from you. It would be really nice if he came to help.
Leopold, please. Oh, help. Really, help. Like, getting desperate.
Yeah, well, fair enough. He might be dead too. Come on over, and it's going to be a strength test to try and free him from this. Difficulty for this one, though, is 7.
I can't do
I
that.
can come and give you a
You
hand
can crit it.
if you.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you won't know until you try to lift it.
And then I'll call
be
for help.
trying.
You can also fumble it.
And sit on it.
And my strength is literally 50, so it's
So it's 50 on my bet. Don't tell him the odds.
I mean,
They're good odds.
But you don't know until you try,
I was
so
going to say,
give it a go.
I could game the system.
I mean, you could like try gingerly.
I've got an arm. I can help.
Yeah, I mean, he would just try without.
Yeah. You can go for a strength test, but
You might
your
be
difficulty is
fine.
2, so you're going to take 2 successes off it.
Yeah.
No,
Make that-
go for it. You got a strength test.
I passed with no successes.
No successes, good. So far we're at 0 successes.
Now, my character got rejigged, and now my
Yeah, no, your
strength has
strength-
gone down considerably to 22.
Twice as low, baby.
One success!
Better than I did.
As you push. So that's a total of 2 successes, 1 plus 1 for the assist. Okay, as it shifts slightly, but it is most certainly not off. You need help. There's no way
To
you're
be
getting off
fair,
this.
I mean, he's much more motivated to get the rock off
Yeah,
because it's
that's-
on him. So,
I this
I can
27.
Buddy, can you help?
Okay, Birdie.
Yeah.
You're going to try and walk over there.
well, hobble.
Yeah. Okay. I would like an athletics test, difficulty 6.
Okay. We'll have an athletics of 60, so I'll see.
It
how
can
that
be
goes.
done.
No.
It's a puzzle.
5 successes.
Oh, 5 successes. That's really good. You limp, hop, and just before you reach there, you put a bit too much weight on it. Okay,
Ow.
and you go tumbling down to the ground.
I'm coming! Ow!
Endurance test, just to make sure we don't accidentally hurt ourselves.
I'm glad I upped my toughness. No, sadly, I missed by 5 points.
As you go down hard. Roll D100.
I hope I don't land on the Emperor.
I know.
He's already dead.
2 successes.
On the Emperor.
Soft,
As your
squishy,
skull
soft
cracks
landing.
against his skull,
Ow!
and there is a mighty cracking sound. And you think it might be your own skull.
Oh.
It isn't.
Oh.
It's the Emperor's.
Oh, he's already dead.
You managed to crack his skull open.
Sorry,
Good
Your-
job.
Sorry, Your Imperial Highness. Are these your intestines?
As your head throbs suddenly, your ankle is on fire.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm
Oh,
being
anyway,
dead,
what are you
so
doing?
I'll be there in a
Well,
bit.
I'll be. It's me. It's fine. You're all right.
As she goes, what happened?
I think there's been a cave in. Elric, light. Is Elric out there?
You're still struggling with the stone.
Yeah.
No one's reached. What's how are you doing?
Can I hear that though?
Yeah, you'll hear that. You mean what?
Now that I'm feeling better and I hear this kerfuffle, I'm going to gingerly make my way that way.
Feeling along the wall, heading towards which direction?
The voice I hear, but I'm doing it on all 4s and very slowly, so I don't fall.
Yeah. Good move.
Remember when I got my stuff taken by the Scaven? I did get it back, right? So I've got my adventuring kit back in the end.
Yeah, but did you go down with it? I think you didn't.
What? Why wouldn't I take an adventuring kit underground?
I don't know. I'm just double checking if you took it.
It's got all my stuff in it to keep me
I
safe.
am cool if you
I'm going to
did take
take
it.
my little flashlight out.
Oh, the little spite. It's not a flashlight. Don't call it a flashlight. It's a
My
spite.
spite light. I'll take out
Indeed.
my spite
Your
light.
spite light. Quite. Your little spite's in there. And light dully glows as a small red spirit spins
I'll take
on the
it.
inside.
Thank you.
As it spins round in circles inside the glass orb, picking everything out in red relief.
I'm looking for Elric.
Elric is lying on the ground, unconscious. A large stone across him as well, and stones are right down the length of this corridor.
So, does Katerina look like there's nothing impeding our breathing,
Nope,
stopping her?
Katerina looks fine from where you are.
I'm going to go to Elric.
Before we do that, the rest of the things you can see.
Yeah.
Father Leopold struggling with the stone, and it's lying right across Gerhardt, who has his hand up on the edge of it, trying to push it up. You can't see his face from where you are. Yume's crawling along the edge of the corridor, gingerly making her way across some loose rubble that's over there, bits of it falling down. The air is clogged with dust, absolutely clogged, making it slightly difficult to breathe.
Where's the Emperor?
The Emperor is sitting, lying would be better, beside Birdie, his head a smashed wreck, his bottom half, guts everywhere. Cool test, please.
Just from the sheer political horror of it.
Not my Emperor. 07.
Hashtag not my.
It's 07. Bear past one stress point, please. As all the guts are there, lying out, and suddenly the waft of the smell of it hits you. The innards. And what it had been fed.
Oh, no. I don't need to know that. I didn't need to know that. You didn't need to tell me.
Birdie, can I please have? Actually, no, nothing. You're fine.
You cool with this stuff?
Yeah. I'm not worried about it.
Can I get up?
Yeah, you're sore, but you can get up, yeah.
So can I continue on my quest to help these two?
And Father Leopold, we try again.
Yes, but first of all, I'm going to call upon Sigmar to help me with the blessing of strength. The blessing of might, I should say.
And with Sigmar's strength, I shall smite his enemies.
I think rocks.
Rock!
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess Gerhardt's close enough. I can. Also,
Yeah, totally. You can.
Yeah. Can I also?
Not quite. She's a bit too far away.
That's fine.
Totally.
So Gerhard's got one as well.
Okay, superb. Okay.
What does it mean?
Reverse the next failed strength test.
Oh, amazing.
Needed.
Considering
Okay.
most of them are going to be fails, like that's pretty good for you.
All you need is a 1 or a 2 on your dice roll. Here we go. Let's see.
Nope. I got one.
Math.
Yeah. Oh no, the weight.
Worth fortune pointing? Since you've got the miracle on?
The weight.
I don't know.
The
maybe
weight. Oh, it feels so crushing.
Yeah, go on.
Okay. The gods are with you.
Oh,
You passed.
you can reverse
Yay, that's one.
Yay! So it's another 2 successes on it as your face goes red almost
I know.
under the red light of that spinning spine. And the worst part is it causes you to suck in air.
Oh.
And it just coats your throat with dust, causing you to basically go. The cough is racking.
Which is basically how all of us sounded this last week.
Yes.
Yeah, it's accurate, isn't it?
Cheers, nerds.
As you reach out and can now supply some help.
Okay.
You're moving over to where now?
To Elric, is he?
Elric.
Maybe dead for all I know.
I'm probably going to squash him.
Elric is on the ground with a huge stone sitting across him. His head is bleeding, and you're not even sure he's alive. Do yourself a heal test.
Sorry, Elric.
And
2
we'll-
successes.
2 successes as you come up and check,
Animal kick.
feel. He's breathing.
Is
He's
the rock
breathing.
impeding
He's breathing.
his breathing?
He's breathing, and his mouth is open, and you can feel.
Yeah. Is the rock impeding his breathing?
Definitely.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to move it. But I will, because...
You're going to give it a go?
I'll try.
It's only difficulty 8. I mean, she might crit it.
I failed.
Your face suggested it was the opposite. There's like, no, you're not even
Strength,
moving it.
not athletics, right?
Yeah, strength. Yeah, it ain't happening.
Help. Elric can't breathe. Help.
As the 3 of you are pulling up on a rock, go for it. And what are you doing, Ume, as the 3 of them roll their dice?
4 successes.
Well, there's a lot of people lifting that rock, so I guess I'll go look at the other rock.
Right, smacking the bottom of the jar.
4, 5 successes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and did you pass?
do we need to roll again?
Yeah, you've got to roll
I
again.
just thought I use one. I critted.
Hey.
Oh, roll again. I'll take your successes on the first part, and then roll again.
So another 5, so 6 successes.
So that's 6, 7, 8. It takes 7 to lift this one. And
Oh, it
ooh!
was the extended one. Sorry, that's
It's
why.
not proper. Yeah, it was as you lift
That's
it
so
and,
heavy.
and crunch it down without dropping it accidentally on anybody's toes. It lands heavily, and your air fills your lungs, and you cough again. the pain down your side. Oh, you got a broken rib. You've got a broken rib. You're almost certain of it, but you might be
That's not
wrong.
too bad. Let's have a
Let's do ourselves a lore medicine test.
So, now that this is now a basic skill, right?
It is for you, yes.
Yes. Okay. So I mean, so 2 successes. I'm at 122.
So it's another 2.
So another 2 on top.
That's 4 successes. Okay, 4 successes. That's 4 pieces of diagnosis out of that then. So here we go. Broken rib.
4 ribs.
Broken rib. Chipped tooth. At the back. No one's going to see that. But you're going to need to go to a barber surgeon.
Ugh.
You're going to have to. That tooth. I feel like that tooth's probably going to have to come out. Arms, a mess. Heads. Okay, legs.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's actually not too bad. Now,
Okay.
right? Okay. The muscles, what's the problem? You just need to bind it up. You'll be fine. You think it's really sore, but it feels more like a strain than it does a proper breakage. Legs, as you move down, oh fuck. Yeah, your call cut up all over the place. That's going to need bandaged.
Okay.
Other than that, though, you've come out not too badly.
Fine. Not too bad.
Arm's really sore though, so any thing that requires you using your left arm, right arm, sorry, your right arm is a +2 difficulty.
No.
Yeah.
We're all thinking it. Ed.
I can't move it. I can't. I think he's dying.
Okay,
Right. Well,
cobble
okay.
that way.
Are you okay? Are you bleeding or anything?
I'm okay. Yes. I'm all right. Are you okay? I think let's do Elric.
Going there.
Bernie's just
Yeah,
ignoring
Bernie's
this
doing it.
concept.
Right, so another athletics test, please.
Is it athletics or strength?
It's athletics.
Yeah.
And it's now difficulty 4 because you're more aware of your
There's 1 success.
1 success. You make about a pace and then fall over again.
Do I
Down
see
to
Can
one.
I help?
Oh, you went over to where
Oh,
Elric
okay,
was, though, sadly.
Yeah.
I'm
As you
already
see
past
Birdie
the
go down as she
But I might get the idea from having seen you crawl. It's like, oh, that's quite
crawl
smart.
over,
Just
crawl
Yeah.
over as you make your way. Do yourself an
Yeah.
endurance test, please.
Me?
Yep.
Is there any chance I know about like
Ooh, 7 successes.
fulcrum?
7 successes. Sweet. Okay. The pain is extraordinary,
Elric
and
did
you've got a
danger.
job to do.
Oh, yes.
Elric
Ignoring
needs
it.
saving,
Yes.
so you just crawl yourself over there,
Drag-
pushing the bits of rubble out the way until you're by where Alameno wife is straining the red light from her swirly little spike, picking you out in the detail as you are over there too. The 3 of you will do
In my
yourself
mouth.
a strength test.
Is there any chance I know anything about like fulcrums
Oh, dear.
or like?
Gotta be a no. Strength test, please. Lore science? No.
No.
Lore engineering?
Lore engineering.
No.
2
More
successes.
dwarfs?
You fumble. Oh yeah. I mean, I shouldn't be saying
2
yeah, but that's
successes.
funny.
I will reroll
Sorry,
that.
Elric.
How about
That's fine. That's 1 success.
1 success.
2 successes.
2 successes. So that's 3 successes. And anyone doing anything to
No
provide?
potion types.
You know,
Got no fortune points.
you could take a corruption point to re-roll it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say Elric, I will.
nice?
Takes me on my corruption limit.
But will it hurt him if she falls?
It's a fumble. I'm going to land on the
Yes.
rock and squash
Okay.
him, let's be honest. 3 successes.
Nice.
Do I need to do anything now over my corruption
So it's 3,
limit?
4, 5 in total.
She's
then.
over her corruption limit.
Yeah.
Just by 1.
Do yourself a cool test.
Oh.
Cool test.
We're holding a rock. Suddenly, a birdie broke, and we're like,
3 successes.
Nice.
You reach down. And small words of Queekish in desperation slip from your lips. You know, if the horned rat would just save him. As you pull, as you all pull, and the rock slides across the top of his chest, ripping parts of his flesh and his uniform. Well, he's not wearing his uniform, but the clothing that he's got there, turning it aside. The rock isn't off him yet, which is now in a position where either you two, if you're still sort of half checking yourself, you've checked him, you want to move over, your legs are fine, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you can get over there with ease if you want to help too. That's 4 of you giving it a go on the strength test.
5 successes.
5,
3 successes.
6,
successes.
7.
I'm not helping. Because I will do more damage than.
Then it's not off.
Can I
Do it.
Do it.
Because you
Can
did
I
3
use
and I did 5.
Savior?
That's
Savior?
8. And
No,
you
but
did-
I just count as 1 because I'm assisting.
Oh, right.
Savior to let Birdie spend a fortune point to boost hers by 1. Because I couldn't boost mine by 1 because I'm only adding 1 because I'm assisting.
That's clever. I like it. Yes.
Let's do that.
Ace.
Still not got enough. It's 9.
I thought
it
we
was
needed
8.
eight.
It was 9.
No, it was 8.
Was
You
it?
said 8.
Did I say 8? I
Sure.
thought it was 9. Gosh darn it.
Because
Then
there's a
I'll
7 and
completely
mine was
take
8.
your word for it. Yeah, that sounds good. As it's shaking and it's off. Elric does not wake up.
Is he
I mean, if
breathing?
he obviously looks
Alan's
bad.
gonna like hold his head and just
Can-
like
can-
wake up.
Luke will do a healing hands miracle on him
Okay.
out of desperation.
Yeah, totally. Pray to Sigmar.
Yeah, baby.
Your hands light up with a small amount of golden holy aura. It sinks onto him, and his eyes don't shift or move.
Is he alive? Is he alive, God? Not now.
Anything that's not 96 or over is a pass for you.
Okay. Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very hard for you to fail this test.
And yet,
Did you roll 97?
No, 10 successes.
10 successes, nice. As you come over and you feel broken ribs, possibly 2. His head's been hit hard, really hard. You feel the skull doesn't appear to be cracked.
He's breathing fine.
Breathing isn't fine.
Okay.
It's ragged,
Something like that.
not good.
Punctured lung,
Check down.
maybe?
Legs, not broken,
Uh-huh.
good. Looks like it's broken ribs only.
Okay.
As you endurance test, please. I don't think that was a pass.
Fortune point.
I agree. Good to use the fortune point.
3 successes.
Sweet. The pain in your chest is quite extraordinary. And yeah, you're now also convinced that it's not just him with the ribs, it's you as well.
Right. Okay.
It's going to be very difficult for you to move, and if he doesn't wake up, it's going to be really hard to move him to.
Who's hurt? He's not in danger, but he's hurt.
Can you check Katerina? Her head's bleeding.
Right. Bring
I'll bring you.
everybody here.
My ankle might be broken.
Okay, that's a good thing to
I'll
fix.
I'll help Gerhard over to Katerina.
So
She's like not that far away.
Perception test, please, Andy.
let's just go around. Let's do a lap round.
9 successes?
9 successes.
You get a heal.
The
You get a-
scrabbling.
10 successes.
The scrabbling is coming closer and it's rising up over blocks that are off in the distance. You can just make them out. It's beyond the periphery of the dull red light that you have. But you reckon there is something coming, and it's coming from effectively the party's rear if we make the forward being, we're getting the hell out of
And is he reasonably confident that is still the way out?
it. He's reasonably confident,
Yeah.
because that's the direction everyone was
And he's
going.
got orientation talent. He's
Yeah,
got
yeah,
some sense
totally.
of-
And he's got some sense, and I'm pretty confident it's coming from behind, but there's something coming.
And does it? I know it won't be hard to detect, but does it sound like a lot of little things, a big thing?
It sounds like scrabbling is something with claws scraping across a stone.
But like, does it sound like tiny little?
Not small.
No.
No.
Does it sound massive?
No. It sounds biggish.
So it's probably Scaven-y,
Very
of
possibly,
some
yes.
variety. We need to be quick. There's enemies coming.
Okay. Right. Well, let's.
Okay, so on that, what are you doing, Alan, anyway, with the highest initiative?
If they say there's enemies, if he says there's enemies coming from behind, I'll let Gerhard look at Katrina and I'll cover our rear with.
With?
Do I have my bow?
We brought our weapon.
Yeah, we brought our
Yeah,
weapon with
because
my bow.
you
Yeah,
were going to use
Yeah,
it.
you were
yeah, I was. Yeah.
Okay, so with a stretch, preparing for something showing its evil, gleaming red eyes in the darkness.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Have you told us that you can
Yeah,
escape?
Just
Yeah,
said
yeah.
it, yeah.
Can I have a listen and see if I recognise it to be Scaven?
Okay, do yourself a perception test. Father Leopold.
Leopold will ready his hammer and will intone the Beacon of Virtue miracle.
Nice.
Good. Or
Well-
bad. You don't like the laughing.
Well, I'm hoping this might be the rare occasion where because fear 1 in the enemies of Sigmar might actually be useful.
Yeah.
Like Skaven's the only enemy who might actually run away from that. So, depending who it is.
Tier 1,
obviously.
difficulty 1. I mean, fails.
It depends what's behind them.
Yeah.
It's never helped yet, but it might tonight. Yeah.
Sweet. We'll get to that in a moment. You make what you do.
I've asked Gerhardt for some smelling salts. I can't help, so I might as well try and wake up Elric.
Sounds good. Okay, and you're moving to Katrina and seeing.
No, first thing you do is you fix the healer first, then you do everybody else.
Yep, sounds good. So you're trying to
You're
fix
not
yourself.
do it.
Sounds good.
Secure your own oxygen mask first.
Okay, do yourself a heal test, please.
Is that echoing?
Bandage the ribs.
Oh, that was so close.
It's
That's
a lot.
right.
It's going to be a reroll.
No, it's
No,
okay.
No, it's fine.
Why are you looking at your...
I think he's 88 for your skill fear.
Oh, piss, yeah, because it's changed.
Heels changed completely.
Yeah. Our heal skill works off dexterity now.
It's an
After a big long chin wag about that. So,
I
yeah.
wonder if anybody has a blessing that might help with that.
Too late now.
After the roll.
I know, but next time.
And
Is that
Five successes. It's not a crit.
it's not correct. So, 5 successes. Sweet. As you reach out, get yourself
successes, sorry.
6 wounds.
Okay, fine. That's perfect.
That takes you to 6 wounds. Yeah. Gosh.
Right.
Gosh.
And fast heal is just, I can just use that to heal. now,
Yes,
it's not-
you do it
Yeah.
quickly. It means you can do it immediately rather than spending several rounds doing a heal test.
Does it have the fast property? Does that make
No, that's only for weapons. No. Okay,
Let's
so
try now.
as you do that, the father turns round, hammer out, and starts murmuring prayers to Sigmar with more firmness in his voice as he goes, and then begins to tip to toe burn with holy fire, causing light to stream out of him, showing that there's a large gap over the stone there, and that light streams out over the top. On the other side,
Is that bad?
someone gets some XP. Amusing. On the other side, I'm just going to roll to see how many there is. Okay.
0.
On the other side, things begin to move, realizing that there is light up ahead that they can go to.
Whoopsie!
However, on the flip side of that,
It's scary, like.
one of them comes over. A Scaven. Blood all over its half-broken face, its snout bent down slightly to the side because it's been broken. Claw looks up and as it sees you, what the holy burning light, man!
Wets itself.
Yeah.
If it had any musketeer left to squirt, it would, but its glands are already empty. As it falls backwards and then topples, and you hear a clatter, clatter, rubble, rubble, as it rolls down the slope that it had so recently climbed. You are, however, in a position where you might get shot off in it, so I will let you do, what? Just an initiative test, I think.
04. It's a pass.
Just. Then you can take a shot off, but the shot's going to be difficulty 3.
3 successes. And it's a 0, so it's an impale.
Yeah, that's an impale crit.
Nice.
I'm also
Okay.
gonna
Screw
scream,
you.
I'm gonna scream like really like blood curdlingly kinda like something
Nice.
to kind of intimidate whatever's down there.
Go for you again.
77. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a second.
It does if you roll
Oh,
a
'cause
double
it's an
crit.
impale
It's-
crit,
it's
yeah,
an
sorry.
impale
I'd
crit.
like to
So it continues
augment
on.
by using my mimic
Fine.
skill to scream
Well.
and Scaven danger.
I don't think you'll be heard.
15 successes.
It burns it.
Plus all
plus,
the
yeah.
elf bow arrow bullshit.
Straight into its
Yes,
eye as it falls backwards. Topples, 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 topples. I quite like that. I'm gonna do myself. I love
Like,
Steve.
particularly, like, it's either they went, huh? You're gonna pick the target.
Just a moment to see his face like that. God.
The light's gone mad. It's because her girlfriend's here. She's showing
showing off, yeah.
She's got to look cool.
Yeah. And then you act like that's
Whatevs.
just
What
me.
else?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's fine.
As you stand there, the holiness of Sigmar burning through you. It's almost like it clears away your senses, like the dust that was in the air is no longer clogging your ability to be aware of what's around you. And you can hear them down there, speaking in their filthy tongue. And you can hear the sounds of death, fear, cries of pain. They're distant. A lot of individual little creatures down there have recently expired. But there are also a lot who have not.
That's an alarming additional insight given what we're learning about Sigmar.
Also have not.
Yeah.
And you can hear them murmuring, moving, and one larger thing you think might be feasting.
Mm.
And there's all manner of terrified squeaks. One flashy light up there might not be as much of an attraction as you feared.
Oh, there's loads of warpstone around as well, right? That gives off the light.
Still, I haven't extended the duration, so it's not
Not
going to
that
be
you
there
can
forever.
see any.
No.
Yeah, indeed.
It's only going to be there for 7 rounds.
All you've got is light,
So-
the ruddy light from that orb that she carries, plus the burning fire of Leopold.
And it's worth saying, like, it's only as much light as a torch, which is a lot of light in absolute darkness.
Yes, absolutely.
But it's not like a bonfire.
Yeah,
It is just
correct.
a torch. It's light, so. Yeah.
As Katerina, now be able to see, has her hands over her face as she looks at the half-emperor. Her eyes wide. She passed her cool test, though. She's not taking any stress. Apparently, she's been desensitized to the horrors of life by being down in this underground hell.
It's more like having Boris for actually.
Yeah, quite. As she just looks at her and,
Bit of
and
joking.
repeatedly states under her breath, "Oh no,
While she's not moving, I'll give her a once over, just check, make sure she's all right.
do yourself a lore."
Excellent.
Yeah,
That's a big 7
yes.
successes there.
7,
So
9.
9.
you.
Nice. She appears to be broadly, unlike the Emperor, unharmed. I mean,
Good.
she's got lots of cuts and she's bleeding a
Okay.
bit, but in the greater scheme of things,
Yeah.
she appears to be well. You ask her if she's got any pain, and she's like, no, I'm fine. I'll be fine. You check whether she can see, and she can. You ask her a couple of questions to ensure that she's not confused, because she may be struck in the head, leaving her a bit concussed, but she appears to be fine, and she is almost waving you away as much as you want to move on to the next, because she's still just staring in horror at the Emperor. Where are you going next?
30, very obvious on the broken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Broken or sprained?
Let's
His have been
see.
sprained.
Do your roll.
What am I doing here?
Laura, medicine.
Well, that's in
Yeah.
7.
Yep, she's definitely broken or sprained it.
Perfect.
The only way is certain will be probably time. It needs to be bandaged up really tightly.
Yeah, yeah.
The bruise is already beginning to form, and a black puddle of blood lies under her skin down by her soul.
Sounds about right.
10 successes on the heel.
On the heel, 10 wounds back.
On the
Smash it.
heel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Retro.
Yeah.
So can I put any weight on it? No, it's boned up.
Pretty much. No, I mean, you can go hop,
Yeah.
hop. You're down to movement 1.
Yeah, you're not going to
Yeah.
be carrying.
Well, that was my thinking.
Yeah.
Was, you know. 'cause
Yeah,
I'm-
you're almost as your that is
She's
not
got like a
used.
staff.
You're-
staff,
You
Yeah.
can steal Elric's stuff.
Yeah.
In fact, Elric's
I
staff
think
will
you'll
be possibly a requirement so that you can hobble your way out.
Yeah.
You need a
That'll take
walking
you up.
axe, like
That'll take you
Gimli's
up to
got.
movement 2. That'll take you up to movement 2.
I'm
That'd be
assuming
very
that
tall.
since he's not here, any amount of the what was it?
Fixing.
Like trying to wake him up is
Might
not
be wrong
helping.
about that.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I have got smelling salts.
So do your roll and find out. Oh yeah, the
Well,
smelling salts
I've
do
been
nothing. Yeah,
applying the smelling salts,
Yeah.
but it's not working.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
Nothing. No, you've already checked him already.
Mm.
And yeah, he seems to be out for the count.
Yeah.
We don't really have time, but also how are we gonna get him out of here?
There's a lot of movement down there, and you can feel you know you can be seen.
Yeah.
You're worried.
We could try dragging him. I
Got
guess.
2 sticks, large sticks. Like use his stuff. And, but have you got a?
Let's just see if we can just drag him at least. Like looking ahead, is there like a corner we could get around?
It's one long corridor that just keeps
So
on
we could
going.
maybe at least get like over because this is going to go out in a couple of rounds. So
and you know that it opens out into a large area that you can see down
At the
below not
same
long
time,
afterwards.
I
Yeah,
suppose.
absolutely.
Yeah,
No,
hands
that's behind you.
That's
Yeah.
okay,
It
cool.
opens
We're
out
further
into-
out than I thought.
Yes, you are. You're
What
out.
are we going to do with the Emperor's body?
I mean, we could try and take it, but it's going to leave. a
Katrina
trail.
says, "What body? You'll be blamed for killing him.
Right.
There was no body. There's nothing here."
He's
He
not
says-
identifiable anyway.
It's not very dignified, but can I take Elric by like his collar and just try and drag him?
I don't
Or
think.
by
I
his
think
arm,
we should
maybe?
try and. I mean, am I okay to move?
Yeah,
Dixie,
you're-
like I.
Yeah.
I think if someone helped me, I could carry him.
I can help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
just.
fair.
I think we might hurt him if we drag him.
Yeah, okay. Just imagine tonk, as you're overwrought. Tonk. I'm fine.
Humans are not
Drag
very.
by
It
legs.
was his head. It'd be his legs that would back, not his head. Come on. Let's
Okay,
get the head end.
from the pair of you, it's an easy strength test because you're sharing the load. Okay, doesn't mean it's going to be easy to do.
What does
but
easy mean?
It means you can flip a fail.
I can flip a fail anyway because my blessing. Advantage would be nicer.
I'm sorry, it's not
Because
advantage.
advantage would have turned that into a pass.
3 successes.
3 successes on one side, but nothing on the other. Yeah, you're lifting him, but it's like he's such a chunk. He's just
quite
so heavy. You've got it easy down at the leg side as he's sort of pulling underneath, going, "Holy crap! You're moving a few steps, but it's super
He's like
slow."
the worst person to be unconscious. He's like the only person.
He's the one
that
who
can
normally is
lift
like, oh,
everything
No,
up.
Birdie's got a lot of strength
Yeah, well,
too,
she
so
does.
unfortunately Birdie's legs
I'm
out.
only 3 below Dan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Okay, so you're the worst person to have
Lost a leg, totally.
sprained your ankle.
Yeah.
Did we bring any rope with us? Maybe
Yes.
if we make like a harness.
I was going to suggest that we make a rope harness and attach him.
Okay, who has got an appropriate ropey talent?
That would be me!
You actually got it! That time on the boats was worthwhile! Okay,
Surprisingly
get over there and get yourself just a dexterity test, please, but it is an easy one.
Are you able to do it? Like
It's an easy
to be
one,
the
so
Yeah, you can
it's
flip.
0 success.
Yeah, he's
Sweet.
basically.
Start tying around, moving it underneath, lash around across his chest. Okay, as you think about how you're going to get a nice V out on one side, it's going to be lifted up and a V in the other. And you're very keen not to have it lift and then just go flip. Because that would be unfortunate. But you realise that it could happen. So wrapping it round and pulling across, wrapping it around is, oh dear. Apparently he's got broken ribs. You can't wrap it around because that put too much tension on it. Okay, something for you to point out. Lower medicine test, please. See if you can help guide her in the right direction. That's more than enough successes.
So basically, I'm fashioning a rope harness that might also come in handy in the future when I'm with Sakinski. Okay.
That is exactly the
Bear in
case.
mind.
So rope harnesses. As you slowly but surely wrap it into place, it's going to take a total of 5 successes to do it from end to end. But you can add, what's your dexterity bonus?
My dex bonus is 4.
4, so you've already got 4 in total, so you only need 1 more successful roll.
Okay. Is that against rope?
It's just your standard, and it's an easy test.
It's just
your
a dex.
standard dexterity test.
That's a crit.
Okay, yeah.
23.
Oh, crit's
So-
good. That means he won't be suffering any further damage from getting all roped up. Nicely done.
That's another 10. So
Elric is
13.
properly roped up, securely held in
17.
place. As you
You should tighten that, the sound.
as you remember the secure lashings that you were taught by Bloodhilda.
Lucky guy.
Bloodhilda, who had told you how to do all the different knot work that you are aware of. As you do it, and you're like, if I put it underneath there, that worked. I did it right.
And if a storm comes, he's not going to capsize. So
That should make it easier. It means that the difficulty for doing the strength test to move him is now 0, and it's also easy.
So I think.
Can we have advantage
so,
on it though?
So
Yes.
Marigold's going to be the main person carrying him, as it's so much easier now. So I can help, but also be able to.
It takes 1 person each end.
Okay.
So
Can we attach him to my belt?
No,
catch.
You can't
you
walk.
can't
You
take
can't
any
walk.
weight.
No.
You do
so,
that, you are
yeah.
going down.
Yeah.
With the slightest disturbance,
So
you might not want to do
frustrating.
that.
Is your bow a normal bow or a elf bow?
Elf bow.
I am not wielding an elf bow. No.
I mean, like, if we get into the fight, we're going to put him down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liverpool will need to fight with his hammer if we get into
Yeah.
the fight.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Right, the pair of you do your test. Advantage.
Oh, but I can flip it.
And you can flip it, it's easy.
So
Advantage.
4 successes.
4.
Have we got advantage?
You've got advantage, and you can flip. Are
I
you
did
fortune
work. Yeah, I'll
pointing it?
fortune point. Oh, I can flip it. 19. One
Hey! It's an almost harness in place at one end if necessary to put your arms through to hold it.
Rucksack.
Okay.
Elric in it.
And okay, you've got the weight. You're both making your way forward, and although you're sore, very sore, you are making progress. So now the question is,
And Liverpool will not be glowing anymore.
yeah, indeed. Now the question is, with our little ruddy red light, what is loosely our marching order?
Well, I was going
so-
to offer to hold
Yeah.
it, but you can see with less light, so maybe you should go first.
She can't because she's holding one end of
I'm-
Elric and
I'm
Elric,
holding-
and he's at the front.
Yeah.
I mean,
holding the
So in
light.
like-
the front,
Eric doesn't have to go head first, surely.
he's just
So you
there.
can
At the,
slip.
he's got the
I
heavy
mean,
part
Liverpool
though.
can also see in the darkness
Oh,
Yeah.
as well. So I think we're probably sensible for us to be at the front.
Yeah.
And then you, so you at the front, Elric, you. Katarina will probably want to sit as close to you as she can. So she'll want to
Makes sense.
slip in behind
think-
you.
I should
You
go
should
at the
probably
back.
go at the back.
She can hardly walk. She'll need to be in the middle.
I'll with
Because you'll hold everyone back. You'll just constantly be at the back. They need to move at a pace.
Yeah, no, they do. But that's not, doesn't matter where I stand. I'm still going to be slow, but
yeah,
I'm going to
fair.
get in everybody else's way.
Yeah, that's
And
And
if
I'm the
someone
only
helps
one.
her at the back, she's the only one that can
that's
talk
my
to
intent. So
Scaven.
Gerhardt will.
You
Well-
can't. You've got a broken rib.
So
And it's out on the help front.
Yeah.
we're gonna do this three-legged race style. Elric's staff, right? That we're both holding on to, yeah, and then
Both using it.
in the middle, yeah, supporting each other through it. Like
Yeah,
that's how we're gonna do it.
that's
Of-
well
of
doable.
us,
That's
I'm the only one that can bluff my way out if I do happen upon Skaven,
Yep.
whereas these guys can't.
moving
so
two
it
at
makes
the back.
sense.
So
That-
that's penultimate, I guess.
That sounds good. Penultimate. Are we preparing with any particular weapons or equipment?
I've got an axe to handle.
Axe to hand, good.
Am I
So you've got
strapped in, or am I like is Elric on me like a rucksack?
yeah, kind of on the front.
So
Right,
can I have my
right.
hammer out? Or?
Oh yeah, you can absolutely.
I designed it that way.
Yeah, indeed.
17
I mean, mostly
successes.
for parrying rather than guys moving is more for fighting.
It's also corrected your posture.
Yeah.
And I'm presuming I'll just able to throw my throwing knife. Like if I wanted my bow.
Suddenly, slightly taller.
All right.
Did a nice little click.
Yeah.
So there's a few things. Number one, we are going to be moving into large open areas where you might not want to be spotted. Are you making any particular attempts to cover, for example, your red, be led by the father?
Yeah, so Ume's quite far back. So once we get to a place where I think we might be able to be spotted, we'll get there first. So I'll be able to say, like, put the light down. We'll go quiet from here.
Yeah, that sounds good. And the father's at the front, so he's going to be more aware when you move
When
into
it
a large
moves into an area,
space.
but even
Because he'll
before I
hear
am.
the echo just spread out, and there'll be a lack of reverberating sound. And the question is there going to be anyone there? There might be.
We don't know what time of day it is, do
So,
we? We have no idea.
A dice of doom roll from all of you.
Oh,
And I'm going to be rolling for Katarina.
5.
1.
9.
9.
7. I got a 1, so I got fortune points. So, because
You
I've
can
got
change
luck,
it to a 2.
I'm a noble. So, I'm a
move it
royal,
up
actually.
one as well.
I'll move up one with Katarina, meaning that.
Ume's moving up one.
Perfect. We
So
have
we're
no
fine.
numbers to match.
Yeah.
That's past the first area. This entire part, though, is difficult to maneuver through. It's going to require a toughness test an endurance test for everyone. Anyone who is carrying heavy wounds or broken bits, the endurance test goes up to 3.
Can I? Because my little blessing, they're not silent, but they're not really loud.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Can I do a blessing? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can I do
that's
a blessing of hardiness?
Blessings, one of the great joys of blessings is they are invisible.
Yeah.
You can't tell whether they work or not.
Well, tenacious
that's a
help
good
with this.
point.
Success.
Tenacious will double the effect. I mean, check up the talent just to read out, just to check.
Probably close enough to give that blessing to you as well. If
You
want.
probably bless everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you just
Yeah,
choose which
I've got
person
some
gets.
successes I can probably bless everyone.
Yeah, yeah, quite.
So you can all reverse your next failed toughness based test.
No. So I have 5 successes on my endurance test.
Sweet.
Apart from that,
Right, sweet.
tenacious.
We're all doing well.
7 successes on my
Sweet.
endurance test.
Sweet. Hey, everyone's fine. And Katarina's fine as well. So you crawl through there, and then you hit your first potential problem. Do we go left or do we go right?
Can I attempt a navigation roll
Yeah.
with my orientation talent?
Can I do the same? Because I've got navigation, orientation, and stealth underground, so more used to being underground.
What's your skill, please?
My skill is navigation skill.
Yeah.
70.
Okay, and what's yours?
Can't find it. 81.
You
With a
both
boom.
think
And one's.
it's to the left. You both think it's that way.
And you tell us if we needed to spread fortune points, right? You'd say.
No, I would not.
Well, I don't have any fortune.
Oh,
So it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
okay.
So just in
No.
answer to your question, tenacious, bonus endurance, you never tire. You can sustain an extra plus tenacious fatigue points before growing tired.
Sweet. So yeah, not you're currently resisting pain and the effect of that.
That's fine.
But worth noting for as we head towards.
Well, the inevitable fatigue that's coming.
Yeah.
Oh, I can do that.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
I think it's left.
That's what they do.
You have the healing hands talent, as I think it is.
It is.
Yeah, healing hands. Nice.
Have some LSD.
Oh, thanks.
You know what she's like with drugs.
It does in his world. So we
a nice time.
crawl through, reach the other side, get up, carry Elric onwards. You limp at the back, making your way onwards. Another dice of doom. 6 from Katarina.
0.
3.
1.
6.
I'll move it because she's got quite a few luck points. So that's good. Again, no interruptions. But any of those of you with super sharp ears, Elphemic Sigmarite, you can hear in the distance the bellowing and calls of deep-throated creatures echoing along the walls.
From behind?
You think so, yeah. They're
Deep-throated. I don't like the sound of that.
Are these tunnels just bare rock?
Mhm.
Yeah. So there's nothing in them at any point that we can put down, like move, block, just to
Yeah.
slow down what's
Yeah.
ever behind them.
No.
Okay.
But also equally, we're not leaving much of a track.
Yeah.
Any Scaven signs were going along?
Pardon?
Any Scaven signs?
Yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, we haven't. We're not out
You're
of
in
Scaven
there.
Town
No,
yet.
but I'm
yeah.
hoping for a this
But
way out.
They're also
type.
not a language you can speak because they're not from Clan Scruton.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's so inconsistent, Scaven. It's very
yeah,
thoughtless.
it's really
Yeah.
rude, isn't it?
How dare
The way
they?
each of the clans have got their own runes that they use. Very
you-
rude.
Could you rewrite another Skaven?
Yeah,
language?
absolutely.
Oh, right, interesting.
Yeah, she didn't know that she only used Clan Scruton's one until later. But it does mean, though, that you can also read and write most of what the Grey Seers put down.
Mm.
Just happens to be a very similar language.
Oh.
So, I've already rolled that. I don't need to do it. It's at that point that there is a deep rumble. And it's not just the rumble of sound, it's the
feel it.
ground shifting.
Oh, speaking of weapons, do we have all of... Oh, no, we don't have that.
No, we don't have that.
No, we do not.
No.
Very
This might have been helpful.
Yeah, do you think? I thought that when we were trying to get rocks off people,
Yeah.
like cutting them into
Well, we
smaller,
could've just cut
manageable sections.
Nuts.
Our glorious heroes, limping
Yeah, limping faster.
their
It's
way
amazing
through
how
the
that
tunnels,
focuses the mind.
feel the ground shake. Anyone who has any reason to not be able to stand up very well, Birdie, has to do themselves an athletics test.
With help, because I'm...
Oh, yes, you're
I'm
on.
going to
Yep.
need it because that's 2 fails.
0 successes. But
0, but it's not a fumble. That's enough to keep her on her feet. You sway badly, and you put a bit of weight on your bad foot. It causes you to wince badly. You keep her up, which is good, as it goes from side to side, and you drop down to one leg because it's holding on to the staff, as dust falls down all round. There is an outside chance the tunnel you're in will collapse.
oh, good.
And I'm going to let you roll it.
Thanks.
Okay? So the ones who are most on the ground are yourself, and let's say you're right beside it. The ones at the back, that'd be perfect. You can roll. Now,
Yeah,
you're rolling
I'll
the
collect from
tens.
behind.
I'm rolling
Exactly.
Okay, you're rolling the units.
Smart choice.
Actually, it
Why would they
doesn't
let us
strictly
do
speaking
this?
matter because as long as you don't roll the same number, you're fine.
Alright, okay. 20.
5.
You're fine.
Oh, the tensions.
Chunks of rock
Hopefully
crash
something will fall.
down on several bits.
Yeah,
One
good.
bounces off your shoulder.
Dwarfed.
That hurts a bit, but not too much, as it
In the
just
grand
rolls
scheme of
off.
things.
Several bits get logged in your hair, which is a thing that's happened. Um, one lands right in your big toe. It's not the biggest rock, but it's big enough that you lose a wound.
Oh, we're going to lose that toenail.
Well, I'm
You
glad I
minus one.
prayed earlier. No, it's fine.
No, you'd given her some wounds back. So.
Yeah.
No, I
she-
prayed for
she
myself.
prayed.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on 7 wounds.
But all in all, it could be worse.
10 out of 42.
Elric is fine. Katarina is also fine. As the rumbling comes to a halt, and you make your way off again. Passing up towards another one of the spaces, this one below once had people marching along. Is there anyone down there? Dice of Doom. I got a 10.
I got 2.
Got an 8.
I got a nice.
Oh, 6.
10.
10. I am getting low on fortune, so if you want a fortune... Okay, she's got none left.
He said no, not what.
I mean, really, technically, should it not be Lindsay?
She's not a henchman.
She's not a hench person.
No, she's not a hench person. So...
She's just her girlfriend.
So there is nothing down there. Just a great black open expanse of darkness. Where before there was marching Scaven and green lights and horror. You creep on there, carrying Elric through to the other side, and make our way into another set of tunnels, each of which split frequently. The chances of going correct here are low, but let's see how you both do. Interesting. So, to begin with, you both think left. Do you go left?
Sure.
You both think right.
I think if we both
Sure.
agree, we'll just go with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You both think left, and then we disagree.
Oh.
Leopold thinks left.
What are you using?
Menowai thinks right.
Navigation.
Yeah.
I got a navigation of 16.
But we need to have the orientation talent.
Oh,
I took outdoor survival.
Outdoor survival isn't useful for this, I'm sorry to say.
Who's got the highest?
Navigation is the skill you're looking for.
And with
Orientation.
specifically orientation, allowing you to know where north is.
Yeah.
You
Or
have the
whatever
highest
you know.
fellowship, right?
Fellowship, yeah.
So in terms of convincing, it's
But he also trusts Elemental judgment.
Hmm, that's nice. So she thinks that way,
Well,
he thinks that
What
way.
we could do,
Would it be helpful if somebody asked if
We
there's a
can-
way out?
pause for a moment and we could attempt an augury.
Yeah.
Love it!
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
we've reached an uncertain
step away.
point. Sit
So,
down,
yeah.
And
scatter
my
those
navigation's
bones.
81 for what it's worth. So, like, I think I'm more likely to succeed.
Yeah,
Yeah, like, we know she's better at
Yeah.
navigation.
but only slightly. I'm
But only-
70, so I'm
Okay, yeah, so not a big deal, yeah.
So I'll do divination first of all, successfully, just in case the augury goes badly.
Wise move.
Yeah, because if you end up out for 10 minutes, then
Augury. What do the signs say?
The signs say the signs are a pass. Good, bad, neutral, but I don't know why.
The way that you thought was right, bad. The way she thought was right, good.
Let's go with that. You're always right.
It's interesting because you see nothing down there. And this side, with its falling dust, is all sparkling in the right way. Yeah, you're certain it's this way.
Awesome. Let's do that.
We get another split. Left, right. You both think right.
Right.
Moving around, moving up. Everyone do an endurance test, please.
5
4.
successes.
0 successes.
0.
4 successes.
4
Sorry,
successes.
4 successes.
Okay, so this is where we're going to play in a very rarely used rule, but we're going to bring out our endurance. Fatigue. And you just gained your first fatigue point. Okay?
But I have tenacious, so I don't.
It means that you can read your tenacious talent. You can double the
Sorry, I've got it here. You never tire. You can sustain an extra plus tenacious fatigue points before growing
that's good.
tired.
How many tenacious points do you have? 1, so that's an extra fatigue point you can cope.
Yeah.
So as it currently stands, you're on 1 fatigue. You're not out, you're not exhausted, you're just feeling it badly. Everybody actually is on 1 because of the horror that just occurred. You're on 2 in truth. And you can take your toughness bonus worth. Okay, so your toughness bonus plus 1 in your case because you got tenacious. So that means you can take how many?
7.
7. Yeah, you're not cute.
Feature reference in some other point. We need a spot for that.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, don't we?
It's such a rarely used rule, but we're going to bring it out in this one because here we go for our next.
It's very
I'm going to
relevant,
use
isn't it?
animal care space because I'm never going to get out of it.
That seems fair. Okay,
Are we doing it again?
no, another mighty rumbling
What's happening down there?
as bits of the under Altdorf shift again.
Maybe just the size of the blast destabilize things.
Again, we're going to roll a D100. So this time, Father Leopoldin. Good old you, make you roll it. And
we roll it?
Father Leopold, you're on the 10s. Not that it makes any difference if you roll a double, but it's good to know.
20?
No, about 0.
20, exactly. Okay, so again, heavy chunks of rock landing all over the place. Alamenowite sit with this one, and she takes 1 wound. Okay,
How many
it
wounds am I on?
bounces off her shoulder. You were on 0 plus whatever anyone else did.
Nobody did anything.
Okay, then bashes off, and you take a bleeding condition.
Yep.
Okay, as a mighty gash is opened up in your shoulder.
That's a good point. Like maybe
It's a bleeder.
Maybe when we stop, like Gerard could have looked over, and obviously hadn't looked over.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Particularly because Alamenowite's got a proper bleeding wound now, and it's looking
Well,
nasty.
Yeah, she was looking sprightly in
She
comparison
was.
to everybody else.
So moving over, do yourself a lower medicine test first. See if there's anything else you need to be aware of.
5 successes plus.
So yeah. Do yourself a heal test, please. We're gonna add that one. So yeah, add your intelligence bonus to this.
Plus intelligence.
Yes, intelligence bonus.
11.
That's
plus
20 wounds.
9. 20 wounds for you.
20 wounds.
Happy Christmas.
Says the father over there.
Look at my bleeding arm.
And your bleeding condition is resolved.
Want me to have a look?
If you wouldn't mind.
Do a lower medicine test, please. What wounds are you currently sitting underneath again?
I've like just superficial wounds.
Yeah,
Nothing.
mostly.
Yeah.
You're not
5 successes.
5
on
successes.
medicine.
Okay, so yeah,
So he had
you
like a little cut in his arm, and
Yeah,
his legs are sore, but not
Yeah,
injured. Yeah.
okay,
You
go
okay?
again.
I'm scratched up.
No, I know, but this isn't really anything.
He has got a broken leg.
Oh, he's got a broken leg.
Yep.
Right,
as you
never
move
mind.
it, and the pain lances through. Okay,
I'm just fine.
as he moves it, and it's like, oh shit. Yeah, your leg's fractured, you think, and he's just been basically powering through it
Sure.
without even realizing
don't even tell
it's just sore. It's just sore.
Yeah.
Okay, but as you shift it and you check down his leg, as you put the pressure on,
Don't make it worse.
yeah. I can feel that one. Right. Yeah, you reckon there's a fracture there that is to be properly bound. And sadly, you don't have anything to give it a proper structure for the binding. So he's just going to have to keep on walking along on a slightly fractured leg.
You've got arrows. Can I borrow 2 arrows, please?
You didn't even notice you were reduced in movement. You're currently movement -1, 3. Because you were moving movement 2.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you're sore.
Because
Yeah. You're sore and you're moving along.
Silly little things.
I
They're
need
not
2
gonna-
arrows. They'll do better than anything.
Not when he's walking.
Yeah, the arrows are going to break. They won't be.
Fuck's sake, stop. Don't make her right, Andy.
No, I'm sorry to say, yeah, she's pretty much right. Not going to be good splints. They're not strong enough.
As much as I can.
Plus your intelligence bonus, that'll be 11, I presume.
Yeah, 5 plus 9, so...
Oh, 5. Nice.
14.
14 wins.
All right.
Sweet.
Thank you very much.
I have rocks in my head.
What?
We've thought that.
She moves her hair out the way, and there's actual stones still sitting in her head, and bits of that are pushed
Well, there's
into
no time
underneath
for
her
this.
skin.
Right. Do you want,
Yeah, I am getting
Medicine
anxious.
test, please.
Yeah.
medicine. It's not. It's only one.
You're afraid. How many successes? Three.
overall.
You're afraid she may have fractured her skull.
Oh, okay.
If so, that's potentially very bad.
I won't tell her. I'll just fix that.
That sounds good. Do what you can with your field test. Wrap it up.
8.
You don't get to add your intelligence bonus to this one, sadly.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Why?
there's a reason.
Shit. Right. Well, 8 for you.
There you go. 8 wounds back. Lovely. As you bandage up her head. Right. Are we ready to go off again? Here we go. Can I please have another navigation test from you both?
Are we rolling or are you rolling?
Oh, no, you're right. I'm rolling this one. Okay, and I'll know it. Okay.
No, you were right to do it.
No, that's good.
Just next time people throw all this gaming the system, this
I
shit
wasn't
at me.
shaking my
How
head
many
at you.
times?
I wasn't shaking my head at you, I was commiserating. I wasn't like, oh, Andy,
Why'd you tell him?
why'd you tell him?
Why do you
It
ask
felt
the
like
teacher for the
No,
homework?
It wasn't.
I was that kid at school.
Same, actually.
How well have we made our way through? A few times you stop.
Great. we did
Discuss between yourselves at a couple of the breaks. I think it's this way. I think it's this way. No, we went by this, but we went down, and I remember going down a bit first, so the next bit should be going up, and it's not, so trace back a bit, go up the other one. Until eventually we find ourselves having gone for a good 2 hours
Well done.
without meeting anything, without seeing anything. Being lost in the darkness most of the time with nothing more than that slight ruddy red light that's half covered to ensure it doesn't put too much light out there for those that can see a very far distance.
Why are you
Yes,
looking so
go for it.
mischievous?
If it begins to feel a bit monotonous,
Yeah.
Gavin might just be looking at Elric's staff that he's holding on to,
Uh-huh.
just for a little bit.
Yeah,
Just-
you can look
yeah,
at it.
just
Yeah.
Yeah, but
It's
maybe
grill around the top and it's got a
You're trying
skull
to
on
see
it.
the magic in it.
just a minute. Well, he's done some stuff with things in the past.
I mean, attempting to learn the sight is probably the least
Yeah,
dangerous thing
I
you can
think
do on his own, so
agreed.
you fill your boots, mate.
Oh, yeah. Do yourself a perception test as you're making your way along.
I just like to push buttons.
It's your character.
4 successes.
You see nothing.
Well, that's fine.
It's a big old stick.
It is a big stick. It's not got any fire on it. It's just this
That's
metal
how he's not even trying to
lattice
say,
at the
actually,
top, the
he's saying
skull at the
fire.
base of that.
It's a-
But nothing as you're making your way along.
I feel a bit grumpy at it. Just in case.
Get feel belligerent and stuff.
yeah.
You're not sure how much longer you need to go before you eventually arrive at some form of stopping point. You're making much slower progress than you did on the way down for 2 reasons. 1, you're going up and it's tiring, and 2, you're not entirely convinced you're going the right way half the time.
Yeah, 3 were fucked.
Three were all injured.
Yeah.
And you're all
I
very
think it's kind
injured.
of warm, isn't it?
Yeah.
On that, can I have 2 more endurance tests, please? 2.
One in a row?
Pardon? 2 more. Just
Yeah.
2 tests. You can shoot.
0 successes.
I have 2 on my first one and I critted the second one.
Correct. Good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 successes.
Fail on the
So,
second
what was your first one?
2 successes.
And
12.
0 successes and a fail.
you get 1 crit, 2 crit, 3 fatigue.
3 and 7.
7. You get none.
1 and 3.
You get 1.
2 6s.
2 sixes.
Yeah,
Both.
yeah, yeah.
Nicely done. Good job. You no
I'm
fatigue
now
at all.
distracted by the staff.
Yeah. Your brain is on this. Your body's going help, and you're ignoring it. This stuff is my life.
Does Katrina need any help?
No, she's actually in pretty good,
Good.
state. As you're all making your way up.
If we start to slow down because Birdie's getting fatigued. Right.
She's
She's still under her
I'm
limit.
still fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's still underneath the limit.
I've still got another 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
Birdie's in a
Good.
good place. You're beginning to grow a little concerned as to the amount of time you've been going. You're not entirely convinced how long it's been. an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Who can be certain? There's a couple of things you can say. You're getting hungry. And the fear of what may lie ahead, lost in tunnels underneath the ground for a long
Forever.
time. Yeah. Is beginning to slowly but surely settle. But both Alamenawythe and Leopold are relatively convinced that they're making the correct choices as for their path.
Off is always good, so
And you haven't gone down yet.
Yeah, does it feel like we're going up?
yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on where we are in Altdorf, would we feel the underside of holy ground? You know what I mean?
You
like,
would need to you need to cross holy ground. Not until you cross it does your talent activate.
but if
So
you're
the answer would be no.
under it, it's not like it doesn't
If we were
go
close and someone was doing like enacted a miracle or something,
Yeah.
then we might notice that. But we're not.
Yeah, so if we got to the Temple of Sigmar and like some
Like, I
she
wondered
thought
if-
she was praying like really hard. Praying really
I
hard.
wondered
Yeah,
if
we
you
might
like it
feel-
we
had
might detect
crypts
it
or
It
something.
might
you know?
not be sick, but we detect it. Yeah.
So, a rest point. Everyone do an endurance test to see if they regain any of their fatigue as you
No,
rest.
I've got no fatigue. Am I?
Yeah, you don't need to
One
test.
success.
One
Yeah,
success.
seven,
Six
yeah.
successes.
6 successes. If you score more than 2 successes, you gain a fatigue point back.
Nice.
Cool, but only max one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, one.
Oh, for it.
Katerina as well. Yeah, no.
If you fail it, is there any issues there, or you just don't gain it?
I just don't get it. As you're all sitting down in the darkness, gathered around a little red light, Elric, unconscious, wrapped up in his ropes at the side. Katerina asked,
So what are we going to do when we get up above ground? Where do we go?
Well,
I suppose it depends where we appear. We
I
can't
don't
really-
know if it makes any difference where we appear as to the decision as to where to go, other than having our hand first.
Well, we need to go back to the palace because all our stuff is there.
But do we go straight there, or do we go to maybe the embassy first?
That was going to be my point. If we
Which
appear,
embassy?
if we appear near
mine.
the Lebanese embassy, it makes more sense to go there.
if we go to the palace with Katerina, then she'll be a hostage.
Yeah.
But if we go to the palace with Katerina and make contact with Emmanuel Ferrand, you'll be a hostage, but it might minimize the chance of war.
It might.
It might save lives.
No, so
I think naturally it has to be.
And that has to
Katerina's.
be your decision, Katerina.
I think there is another issue that we should make a decision now that we're somewhat apart from the awfulness, and that is, did we mention that there was a
no.
copy of the Emperor there?
I think we have to. If we meet Emmanuel Ferrand, I think we have to tell him we saw copies of the Emperor and we cannot be sure that their Emperor is the real one.
That's fine. That works, because that is technically
Because it's also
entirely
true.
true.
It's
Yes.
entirely true.
Yes.
Agreed.
So with that,
And we think we've destroyed the means, we hope,
oh, I think it is most certainly destroyed.
to make more.
And you are convinced that is the only one?
As convinced as we can be. I mean, the source wasn't entirely reliable.
We believe there were two. We think we destroyed one, and this was the only other one that could send to control them. They may be able to make more copies, but this is the one that allowed them to control them.
How would they make more copies?
They have
Well, they
two
might
machines.
have another machine that makes
And what
copies.
makes you think they would have one?
Well, they
We've
have
seen-
two, so why not have three?
But you were aware of the two.
We were aware of the two. I think it's doubtful.
Yes. it's-
Not to
I'm
mention,
just looking for simple fact that you have
Yeah.
at your
As
disposal.
far as we're aware, there were only two,
Yeah.
and they're both destroyed.
and the person who knew how to make them has also expired, so
Yes.
they cannot be made anymore. Is it dangerous for us to know that potentially the Emperor is not the Emperor? Ergo, would
Yes, it
Emmanuel, seek to
That
silence
doesn't mean we
loose
shouldn't
ends?
say.
So,
I mean, well, if we think he's worried about our capacity to keep quiet, we could come a little bit more clean and say that we'd already seen copies before, and we saw more copies here. That lets him know that we've known this secret for some time.
So then it's a different question we have to ask, and that is Emmanuel Ferrand a cultist?
But
Can I
wait,
please use my Oracle talent?
Whoa!
I was waiting! I was waiting!
Good job.
Well done.
It's pass. Not a crit.
As he coughs slightly and wet, dusty dribble comes out from his lips as he coughs again and it splatters over his beard. As everyone looks round to where Leopold is, as it suddenly hits him. And it's much more like a seizure this time, where he goes down
I am
and
glad I'm
starts to
sitting
shake. As Katerina backs off slightly, quite
can we put something
yeah.
in between this?
We all jump into action as we've been trained to do by Grandma.
Yes. Put something under his head so he doesn't knock his head on.
Maybe
the
brace his leg.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, good idea.
and visions flood through your senses. So many different versions of Karl Franz. Weak, strong, powerful, bent, wizened, ill. So very ill. So many different versions of him flood through your senses. And the overall awareness of and fear of which one is real. And it's Emmanuel Ferrand who swims into his vision. He doesn't know what the man looks like. He's never seen his face. But he knows it's Emmanuel
course he
Ferrand. He knows it's Emmanuel Ferrand who swims into the face and says to Leopold, in the darkness directly to him, doesn't matter. It has his mind. That is what he sees.
Was it his or it's his mind?
Um,
And it doesn't really answer the question.
Ume was
No, but
going to say, Grim has been there multiple times. He's probably reported that he was there. Emmanuel Ferrand sent us there knowing that we would see him. So pretending we didn't would be more suspicious.
He knows about the copies, but he thinks it doesn't matter because it has his mind. He's ruthless. I don't think he's a cultist. I don't know, but he's ruthless.
Mhm.
And I think if he's controlling the thing that has his brother's mind, then
Influencing. No,
I think sometimes you need to just make a judgment.
That is exactly what I was hoping for.
And I think in this case, my feeling would be, from what you've said, and from what I've seen of the man, I think we tell him.
He expects us to know, and we've destroyed the thing that would control him. So really, we're bringing him good news.
So it would suggest in many respects that the Emperor is free
Yes, exactly. We've liberated.
from one of the sources
Yes.
manipulating, but not the second.
Mhm.
So now the matter will be finding the second. And the question is he involved? If he is involved, then we want to say as little as possible. If he is not involved, then we want to tell him everything.
Katerina, what do you remember? When were you taken?
I was taken from Castle Wall. He says, when you had left to retrieve. And she looks around as if there might be an Imperial spy. And almost immediately realizes how ridiculous that is as it dawns across her face. And she goes, well, when you were sent to retrieve the one thing.
Right.
I went south to Mall. My father thought I'd be safer there. Turns out the opposite was the case.
And who? Can you tell us what happened in a more specific manner,
Yeah,
if you wish?
yeah. They raided Castle Mall. They took maybe 40 of us. And I was taken in this, I don't even know what to call it, a machine, I think. You could feel the wind whistling by as you were carried from one place to another. There was a great deal of abuse. Not everyone survived. I paid attention to what my mother used to say when we were young, which is, if you're ever captured, you just put your head down and you do what you're told. Always. You don't fight. You don't argue. You make yourself as small as possible. Because someone will come, or they won't. And if they don't, you make an opportunity if one should be presented. But if they do, you are more likely to be in a fit state to escape. So I just did what I was told. I couldn't understand anything they were saying, but some of them could speak Reichsspiel. Occasionally they would give orders, and I just did what I was told, and I told others to do the same. Not all did. Several died. Futile acts of rebellion. By the time you arrived, I think maybe only 3 of us who had been taken down were still alive.
But if they took 40, were they your mates?
Yes.
They replaced all of them. Nobody knew anyone was missing. Your father doesn't know you're missing.
Yes, well, that will be changed when I reach him, won't it?
Well, at the moment, he thinks you're dead because you were replaced.
Yes, well, that will change. So, yeah, what else can be said? It was awful. They were doing terrible things. They were copying. I saw people be copied. They put bits and pieces of people and monster inside one part of the machine and at the other, as it morphed and changed into, I saw myself. And they put minds of the Radmen in them. And sometimes one of them came out with my mind. I know that for certain, because she was quite confused as to how she got there, and she started to scream. And then they took control of her. And she just started muttering things in their foul language.
And how did they do that? Were there specific actions that they used to take control of her, or is it?
Oh no, you didn't see it at all from where I was. I have no idea how they did it.
Oh.
I'm sorry to say, when I was put into one of the machines so that they could make another of me. That's when I saw all the things that they were making the other of me out of.
Did you see anybody else of import?
Well, the Emperor
Well, obviously, Val.
says, you must realize I'm from the north.
Do you see a gentleman basically looks like a collection of hams, sort of held together, big, bulbous head.
She says, there were many people. I'm not entirely sure.
Do you know Absalom Trott? I should ask you that first.
Yes, I'm aware of him.
Right.
I've not met him.
Did you see anybody like
No,
that?
nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't
Might
think
have
so.
been a copy.
I don't know. You know,
It was always a possibility, wasn't it?
I guess you don't know anything that happened. I don't know how much time we have, but maybe we should give Katerina some of the details.
Maybe as we walk.
Details on what exactly?
What's happened since you were taken?
That
Yeah.
you agreed to get married?
Yeah, I suppose you should tell me whatever my father's organised for me.
If we can avoid it in future, though, because your future husband.
So
I shall tell you my larger concern. My father sent me to Mor.
And you're worried it might not be him.
That was my concern, is perhaps he did, well, lots of people went missing, and he just elected not to tell anyone else, because...
I'm more concerned he's not my father.
Well, exactly.
But
Exactly.
given everything that you suggest, it won't matter.
Not now.
But he won't be my father.
No.
but if he was one that, as far as we understand, there's ones that have the memories and ones that have nothing and need something inside it, right? And
But my father was my father. And he wasn't someone pretending to be my father. He was my father.
I don't think that's right. I think that because Katerina said it had her memories, but then they took control of it. So what would happen for Boris, as I understand it, is he would be Boris, he would be himself, he would be acting as himself, think he was himself, and then a creature would have taken control of him, ordered you to maul, left, and then Boris would just be himself again.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
And presumably rationalise whatever decision he made.
Exactly.
But there were some, to your point, that they made the bodies and then put Scaven.
And because they couldn't, we heard that they didn't even know how to breathe.
Yeah, it's all use knives and forks.
Yeah.
Yes, I saw those very issues. Several of me died. It was horrific to watch.
To the point of,
But I didn't see my father there. It
But
might just be simple paranoia that makes me fear that it's not my father.
Can't remember. Did we see him up in?
We saw him.
Yeah.
we
In a
saw
jar.
him up in under middle.
So he wouldn't have been here, he would have been up there. But that one's been destroyed.
Yes.
And the one here is destroyed.
Yes.
So
So assuming it's not one of them in him, which it won't be because they're terrible at presenting,
yes.
he should be acting as himself from now on.
Provided that no longer.
But it might not actually be him.
Yes.
No, but
Well,
That are, you know,
I'm
his physical self.
I'm not me.
Great.
That helps. Well,
I can't decide whether that helps or not.
well, it's been a strange thing to adapt to. I feel
So
fear.
you're one of those copies.
Yes, theoretically, but I have now just had more of a thought that potentially there could be a point where, and that's the reason why I don't know, is how do they do the controlling part?
And how do you know you're the
They
copy?
have the machine.
because I was with the original down in London.
How do you know that was the original?
Because you came up with this
I
scheme.
can't be sure.
You can't be sure.
No. I can't, can I?
No.
No, I cannot be sure, Gerhard.
No. We were sure. Like the
No.
way that it was played out.
No.
No, can't take that back. Nope.
But we can't be sure now. Because I thought it couldn't be you because he was blessed. But now we know they've come up with
yes.
ways to bless them. I thought it had to be you.
Okay.
So you could still be you.
We're going to have a few moments.
So, so
Han is going to walk away.
But wait. I thought the thing that happened with the book only happened because it was a copy.
I think so, but we can't be sure of anything.
and who
know
gave
that-
you that information?
A Grey Magister?
Which one?
Angles.
Engel.
I don't know.
He's Gerhard's father's Lord Magister of the Grey Order. It probably is the one in Nung who is the original, but we cannot be sure.
No, it is. I'm making that decision now. That's the case, doesn't matter. So I am a copy. Well, no, I'm not a copy. I'm an original, just a different version of the original. My own original.
But just to be clear, the way they were making them, the way you saw them be made, with bits and pieces, didn't look to be the way they were being created in the north.
Mhm.
In the north, it looked like they were growing them from parts of the original that they had got.
So they had different
They
process
had
in
a
the
different process.
north. Or they had a new process to replace the one.
It was less successful up north.
Yeah, there was a failure rate. So they would come out mutated or really proper. And it wasn't so much they grew them from parts, they just needed to have like the blood. And
That
Or
is a
perhaps
part.
it's two separate strains. They had
So, yes.
they had a starting root from the same place, and one developed in one direction, another developed
Yes,
in
so
another.
What I'm saying is, even if Gerhard is a copy or your father is a copy, we should not jump to the conclusion that they are made of the bits and pieces that you saw your copy be made from.
And also, even if they were, if they've actually been transformed, if there's no apparent taint or corruption to them, it doesn't matter what they were. It's
And
what
if
they
they
are
have
now.
all their memories, like
That is,
what is
you know,
the physical body that makes you if
It's
not your
all-
memories?
Well,
We were told that the difference between the Gerhard copy and all the other copies was he now has a soul thanks to Engels.
Yes, we were told by Engel that the copies have a spiritual weakness, which is what allowed the
That
beast.
goes against what we learned regarding the blessed copies they were making. The one could not be blessed and have no soul.
I did not say they didn't have a soul. I said they had a spiritual weakness.
Ah.
It's different to having an
Elemental
incomplete soul.
once, and I don't know if this against you, but once determined that perhaps, by those of us who are blessed, it's because our souls have been filled up a little bit with the bit of the god,
Exactly.
like a leak, and some of the god has just gone into us.
You've been topped up.
Well, it's possible.
From the
And
holy
exactly.
topped up
It
from
could
the
be.
holy
I don't
spigot.
understand how
And
it
that
goes.
would, if it were the case that they had a spiritual weakness, as in a sliver of their soul was missing, it could be filled up by something.
Holiness.
Holiness.
Deeply theoretical.
It is absolutely theoretical.
Quite outside my province.
I was with a copy of Birdie when it was blessed by Ulrich. Like, I was with her.
And it was
when it
Birdie.
happened.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was a copy of her.
But I mean, that's
It thought it
Yes.
was Birdie.
You thought it was Birdie. I thought it was Birdie because she was blessed, because at that time we didn't know that they could be blessed.
In-
And when she was outed,
And which god was it that said it?
Ulrich.
So Ulrich claimed that. And where is that individual now?
and did she escape? Or
No, I
don't
don't
think
think
she
she
did.
did. I think she revealed herself,
she
and,
revealed
and
herself
was
when-
killed.
yeah,
Or,
and-
yeah.
yeah, was she
Don't
killed
know.
or was she still alive?
She's dead.
She's dead. Yeah, she was killed by the Countess's people.
Already.
But she, in the act of wiping out a cult of the ruinous powers, in an act of kind of ferocious combat, I heard and felt Ulrich bless her.
Or his eye, at least.
She was doing
Ulrich's
what he would want done, if that makes sense.
I have no
And
idea what to make of this.
When I was blessed, it was similar. Like I had done what was right for the people, and then the order of the cleansing flame came to take me away, and Sigmar didn't want that to happen, and the blessing came upon me. Like it's different for everyone, but it seems to me that it often seems to be when we do something that is in accordance with what our God would want to
Track
happen.
the god's eye would make sense. But it does not resolve the problem that we face now. That problem's relatively simple by comparison. And that is, what do we do?
Wait, we haven't finished telling you what happened. A marriage was arranged between you and the heir.
So we don't need
Yeah,
to
yeah.
go do it all.
Yeah.
Let's say that we
I mean, I was-
broadly fill in all the details.
It was going to be really high level.
Yeah,
Like,
totally. As you
and then you were shocked
slowly
and we were
but
sad.
surely explain all the things that she did, which included the
sending us to avert a massacre at the Shining Rock.
yeah, for example. It's interesting. I do not believe that I would ever have agreed to that marriage.
And there were other examples, weren't there, of us hearing that you had acted in a way that surprised us.
Yes, what did you do that I thought
Like,
was
was it-
particularly...
Was it not like with Wolfgang? Like he was
Wolfgang was
very
saying that you.
bossy.
Yeah, you say, yeah,
Yeah.
But
that,
that you
no,
were all
that she was
over
all over him.
Yeah.
No.
You're very bratty at points.
I know you put on a persona, but it seemed
I
strange.
do not believe I would agree to that marriage.
So maybe at that point they were exerting control to make sure that you didn't
Which means they were
sabotage it.
probably watching, which means they probably had agents amongst your number to make an appropriate shift to my personality at the right moment. As small and as discreet a change as they possibly could. It does show a cunning and an intelligence that I'd rather they did not demonstrate.
So you think it's a proximity based and it's an individual that would trigger that. So you're
I don't know exactly.
How else would they know to take control? They
Yes.
would have to.
They
even
need
be
somebody
watching.
that.
You
But they
could-
took 40, and some of those were your maids and your valet. Well, they were with you. I mean, so we do know they had potential agents who were watching you all the time.
Well, we also know that people can, well, unless they're with you,
Oh, yes, of course.
people can see other people over great distances and it not be a problem.
But also, Gerhard, you were asking questions about how they take control, but we saw the machine on that,
No,
like,
I know.
like the person sits inside and then do the blue, and then it goes inside. Like we saw it happen in front of
That's
us.
one way, but they have a way of taking control remotely.
Yeah, because otherwise they would have had to have
Yeah,
that.
Well, it's
through the
always
big rat,
remotely.
through the big rat that was
Yeah.
improved.
Yeah.
He described it. The engineer who
It
made
does
the alliance
suggest that there
Saturday.
is only one being controlled at any one moment as well.
Potentially.
Yes.
So we'd have to be very careful use of it. It would make sense, given that the entire time, the one with the horns, the raving one, he was there all of the time, constantly working and thinking
Yes.
and doing. It would suggest that it was its scheme.
Yes.
And Margarita, our amethyst wizard,
I know, Margarita.
she is working on identifying the difference in a person who is a copy and a person who is not. Which now, if the method of control is gone, then
It doesn't matter because you can't
It
receive
absolutely
signal.
does matter.
it does. No,
because
it does matter.
your life may be shortened.
Yes.
You may only live for a year. You might be somehow broken within. You might be possibly spiritually weakened to the point
Right,
that someone else
okay.
can take control.
So,
So it
fine.
matters.
Yeah.
The understanding
Not
of
so
it,
much for
yes.
you,
But what
because
I mean
you
is
were
that
different, but yeah.
Because you got filled up.
sure.
There is also something else to consider when we're thinking about how many people can be controlled at any one time. You'd need the intelligence to control them, and let's be honest, apart from that particular individual, to be able to control somebody with that pinpoint precision, I'm not sure most of those creatures could do that.
And that'll be why they're trying the thing of putting their minds in human bodies, so that they can have more control at the same time.
And you say they are jealous creatures.
Yes.
That being the case, it seems very unlikely there would be any other machine.
I
They wouldn't
don't
wish
think
to
it
share
will
it.
be.
Exactly.
They would wish to control the only example. And the original designer of it's dead.
Yes. Well, the first one wasn't built for that particular individual. It was built for a different individual who
Yes, but he had the memories.
Yes.
The physical entity that had the memories of the original designer is dead.
Then it would suggest that at least in this instance, we are, if not safe, then safer than we were before
Yes.
you arrived.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Then we're just left with the same question that we started with, which is how much do we tell Emmanuel Ferrand, if anything? Assuming we get up to the surface.
I say we tell him of Grimm's sacrifice.
Is there any way that you, Father, can discern his intent when we get back to the front? Did he send us below ground in the hopes that we would perish down there? Or did he send us
Did I
down for a specific reason?
Augury.
On him.
No,
did.
you didn't, because you were like, it's really obvious.
Yeah.
But you did it on Grimm, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone Grimm once we were away from
Yeah,
him
yeah,
and
yeah.
got good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also because he might know what was following Grimm. I'm assuming he was. And now he knows that it's free.
So, in summary, we tell him almost everything.
We tell him truth. That's all we have to do, right? No lies
Just
and
Omit.
stuff. We admit. Yeah.
And we
exactly.
tell him about his brother. We tell him about the machines that are now destroyed. We say that that particular danger should have passed.
do we tell, because you were out of character, you were there with Elric, so you saw the Grunfeld.
Mhm.
We don't tell him that.
No.
Oh, we don't. Like,
Elric's
us,
the
we
one
know.
who's got the
We
information
didn't
you
know.
don't.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So the only thing we don't tell him is that we tried to get what we thought was the real one out.
And again, we didn't know that for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I see, even should that be asked, I see no reason not to. I mean, nothing here is incorrect. You attempted to rescue him, but failed.
We achieved. He asked us
It's
to do
the
this.
same with Grimm. You attempted to rescue Grimm and bring him back. He also died.
And I suppose if Vision's to be trusted, he won't care the way he has as in the original.
And we've done what he asked.
That is a terrible thing to consider.
Well, what was in the vision?
That it has his memories, so it doesn't
Right.
matter.
Well, but Emmanuel Ferrand doesn't necessarily know that yet. You might need to tell him.
Yeah.
It has his
Absolutely.
mind. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if you do tell him that, I think we have to tell him that. If that's what you saw, then that's what will convince Emmanuel
Exactly.
Ferrand that we are trustworthy.
Either way, either he does already know, and we need to tell him, and then he'll know that we're telling him
Yeah.
the
He'll
truth
know
because
that
we're
we
not
know.
keeping a secret, or he doesn't know, and he needs to know.
Logically, it seems to be the only option. So,
It is a powerful weapon to say, Sigmar sent me a vision that the Emperor you have has your brother's mind.
I suppose, as much as I don't want to say this,
we should go. Navigation test, please. Oh, I'm doing it. And interesting. As you make your way past your camp, fully aware that Grim hid many of his routes.
Yeah.
Just in case it's relevant, although I don't have fortune points, I obviously do now have a divination reroll,
That's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
which might allow, a sign.
I would suggest that you do yourself an augury
I shall do myself an augury.
as you're making your way
Fancy.
to try and get yourself
Yeah.
out of this
Well, they-
interesting mess.
For the fabled crits, because when they come, they're very helpful.
Yes,
They're
they are.
amazing.
No, and I think I might use that divination. I think I'll double check which skill it is for augury because it
It's
might.
an
'Cause
intuition.
they're all
as I
different.
recall.
No, it's perception.
It's perception for augury. Yeah, because you're seeing the signs around you.
Perception
Pretty
for
good.
augury. That's fine. That is. Yeah.
Pass.
Okay.
How many successes just went on?
So it was a 9 before, wasn't it? Yeah. So 12 successes.
So holy shit.
So actually quite good.
Yeah, pretty damn decent roll.
Did you crit?
No.
No.
Oh wow, you're just good at
My perception is 75.
Yeah.
I get plus 20 for using my divination tools, so
got
it becomes a
you.
pass. So that's
Right,
9.
got you.
And then acute sense and divination.
Nice.
Yeah,
Actually,
really
acute,
adds up.
acute sense might not add, so maybe it's only 11.
Yeah, it is only
Yeah.
11. Yeah, good point. Well made.
But the divination does.
Nice.
The signs and your innate trust in each other's capabilities to make the correct choices, and many a discussion as you reach certain points and you toss the bones and you take a look at them and you look at the signs, and it's a long drawn out process. And you're getting hungry and you're getting thirsty. And these tunnels are dead. They're not filled with the life that you so really personally know is often the case down many of the Scaven tunnels. These have been cleared out again and again and again. And you're hoping at some point you'll find something that connects through to the sewers. Because that's where you came in at. Obviously, you don't know. But you make a total of 7 pretty big errors.
Okay.
I want to say, if we are looking for the sewers, we do have someone with acute sense smell.
Yeah, that's true. 7 pretty big errors. But you have several advantages.
Do they
on your
cancel
side,
each other out, these errors?
to a degree.
Yeah,
Um,
you correct your
and
course.
auguries and divinations, and then the sounds of grumbly tummies. But through all of this, I first want 3 endurance tests.
Oh,
3,
Crit, nice.
fumble.
1.
Ooh.
Serious fail. And 4 successes.
3, 4. So 4 fatigue first. Does that take you over your fatigue limit?
I'm at my fatigue
Oh,
limit.
perfect.
Does the crit do
Oh no, I'm
anything?
over now.
Successes are
Does
Does
important,
the
by
crit
the
do
way.
anything for me?
Yeah, what you rolled in successes.
2
2.
zeros. So 2 0 successes.
2 0 successes.
And
That's
then
2 fatigue points.
a 3. Okay.
2 fatigue points.
I rolled 2 fails and 6 successes.
4 fatigue points.
1, 3, 5.
1 fatigue point.
So I'm over my fatigue limit.
9 and a crit. 3 and 4.
0 fatigue at all. Nice.
I got one leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So you're over, and also on a fumble. Birdie collapses.
Oh,
No, sorry.
You are now
Slightly getting
counting
on
all rolls as reversing on successes.
I'm walking with you, right?
You are knackered. Your body's down. The amount of stress put on your other leg has grown so much that it aches more than your ankle.
I remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
My poor ankle. I twisted it really bad once.
I got 6 pins and a plate put in mine.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Birdie's future.
And I walked 20 yards on it to get to a bed.
Until stops become more frequent and needed to ensure that you can keep going. And they're often just long enough to give you enough to go, oh, again, go again, and go again. Not enough to properly regain your fatigue, because hunger
is beginning to be an issue.
Healing touch.
Got the healing touch. Yeah, you do a test for that. Go for it.
Okay.
Well, if it gets to it, leave me down.
That's a heal
here.
test.
Do a little massage.
I'm more used to hunger than you guys.
6 successes.
Sweet.
Plus lots. Hang on, what are we doing? Heal, you said?
Yeah.
Plus 4. So 10
so that's 10
successes.
successes.
Yeah. And that I also...
Okay, so he's already had for that. So that we'll convert that over to that, which means you get 2 fatigue back.
Ooh,
Nice.
Healing touch.
He's got the talent.
hanging out with Gerhardt. It's just
Okay,
like,
as
it's
he
like a tonic.
rubs down that really bad leg, pushes into the muscle, doing things that he has been shown previously by Dr. Flaster. But he himself has not done very much. Lucas
It
had been on the
works.
receiving end of this repeatedly and often complaining. Oh no, it hurts! Stop! Push!
What's happening in
Ow! Dr. Flaster and Lucas at it again. No.
No,
Stop, please.
Is that what we're calling it now?
and it's worked. You feel a good bit better.
Yeah.
Your leg, I mean, it feels awful, and your other leg feels truly awful. You can barely put any weight in it at all, to the point that you often have to just stop as another lance of pain goes up. You actually kind of wish that someone would just strap your leg up against itself. Oh, yeah. Maybe you get line, rope, lash it. Take a moment, pull it so that your leg is always up. Now you just have to hop.
While I'm doing it, I'll just be like, look, come on, buddy, you're better than this. You're a nice panther now. You can do this. What are you talking about?
I'll take it from you now, but I will kill you later.
We believe in you, Birdie.
By the way, we're fine as long as we're at our limit, not
Yes.
over, right?
Yes, yeah.
Because I've my
Limit.
max.
You're deeply exhausted,
Sure.
but you're not at the point where it's actually affecting you badly. As you're making your way up.
It's actually all right. 0 fatigue point.
Oh, We make some errors, but we also make some good choices. Both Alemanowitz and Leopold come to the conclusion that they've made some significant wrong turns. They don't want to say it out loud because pretty much the
Well, they're saying it
spirit
to
of the
each other.
party is very much sitting upon their decisions. But there's that shared moment, okay, where as they're sitting there discussing it, and Leopold just squeezes her arm slightly, and she just looks over and goes, when they both realise,
We've been here before.
no, worse, you've never been here before.
Okay.
You are in a place that you don't know, so now it's a matter of judgment calls. What's the most likely to lead
lead
somewhere you
out.
want to go?
On that, I've just noticed that both Orientation and Seasoned Traveller give us boons on our navigation tests.
Nice,
So
nice.
I've got +2.
You got +2,
I
that's good.
suspect you've got Seasoned Traveller as well.
I'm not sure she does.
Not anymore.
No, so I would like a dice of doom from everyone, please.
A dot.
I got a 2.
7.
Katarina 2.
10.
10.
10.
10.
8.
8.
7. So I'll spend...
One fortune point
I'll
there.
spend 1 to 9. That's fine. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's good. Excellent.
Yikes.
You have been very lucky. All things said and done.
It's like I can hear Grimm's spirit going, bullshit! Feel it there.
The
Bullshit!
We miss you.
Lord Master of Sotek has just subscribed for 22 months.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
I
We summoned him.
We saw that.
Thank you, Lord Master of Sotek. Very nice of you. In fact, he is literally in chat right now shouting bullshit.
Bullshit.
That's just lovely.
Timing is everything.
Hilarious. As you limp and limp and limp until you can smell it, Birdie.
We're
Skaven.
Oh.
Okay.
Sewers.
Yeah, okay. What
These
kind of
tunnels will
Skaven
be
smell?
mostly dead.
Okay.
Okay, but you can smell that musty, heavy odor of Skaven activity. They have passed through here very recently.
Is it fearful smells or angry smells?
Perception test.
Sexy smell.
Could be.
Fearful.
But what are they running
3
from?
successes.
They're running through
Aggression.
Oh,
no.
yeah. So fighty.
What are you saying? You're smelling it. Yeah, aggression.
We may
There
have,
might even have been a fight here.
yeah, we may have company, and the company's pretty grouchy. So just be on alert. They may have been here and gone since, but just
Perception test. Perception test. 2 perception tests. Failed. 5. And you listen.
I don't know why I'm whispering.
And you listen. And you can hear it. Water. Liquid. Water. Moving.
Like just water moving or something moving in water?
Difficult to be certain because of the echoes and the movement of the sound through the tunnels, but there is definitely liquid coming from a branched off tunnel that you weren't actually intending on going down.
I can hear liquid down there. So it's like water or something moving.
So you got a choice. Do we go that way, along the tunnel you were intending to go along, or in the direction of the water?
Is your Scaven stick down there? Or
which direction am I
You have
swallowing
no
from?
idea. Could be either, could be either. It's just in the air.
Well, we don't know where we are, so like we might as well go towards water.
And if we start going down the water and the Scaven smell gets worse,
Then
then
we'll
we
know.
turn around and come back.
Plus, if we get closer and it starts to smell of sewer, then we know we're on the right track. So
Shall I scout ahead for just a little bit? Probably a bit quiet.
You'll plunge everyone into darkness if you do.
Yeah,
You only
yeah,
have a
yeah.
single
We only
source
got
of
one
ruddy
light,
lead
yeah.
light.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But everyone else might not.
Right. All right. Let's just go quietly. Yes, we can.
they may have fought and then moved on.
Strength test, please, from our element carriers. It's about time we got another one of those in. Remember, you
Still,
can
we
get
can
plus
reverse
20 and you can reverse.
Excellent. I will take
Then
I
we will
take
be
that
stopping.
reverse.
Unless you fortune point your way through it.
I've got one left.
Are you doing it?
Yeah.
Oh, do I need to reverse all rolls? Oh, indeed.
Yes, but succeed.
No,
Okay,
no.
to the worst result, all
All right,
times.
so I'm
So if you
zero.
roll 21, it would go down to 12.
So that was 0 successes.
No, because
for
I've
me.
anti-fatigued you.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah, you're
Yes,
back
sorry,
underneath,
yes.
so you're fine. at
5 successes.
Oh, sweet. You make your way down a bit, across, and then you can hear it. You can hear it clearly on the other side of what feels like this wall.
this kind of feels like fate is taunting us, right?
And
We no longer have a sword that lets us cut through walls.
there's definitely the sounds of liquid on the other side, sloshing.
Can we get a sense of how high up on the wall that is?
Yeah.
It might be cold or
The wall
you're-
would be
you're-
down.
it's-
Or vibrations, or you
and
know.
your hand passes through
I
it.
was going to say,
Yeah.
is one of Grim's
It's one of
little-
Grim's-
Do yourself an
It's just my
athletics
hand.
test.
Like I'm not leaning
An
with my
athletics
full weight.
test, please.
Come on. Easy athletics tests.
I'll let it be an athletics test. With
Oh, fine,
advantage.
fine.
Yeah, good. Okay,
Make
as
it difficulty
it
3.
passes
Monetary.
through, and the illusion
Oh.
falters,
Mm.
flickers, and it's a ragged tear in the rock, a fissure that looks like it's as the stone itself is broken, and a sudden wash of sewage hits you. Everyone toughness test. Endurance will do.
Literal sewage.
Except for
Or
Bernie.
just the smell.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Except for Bernie.
Literal wash of sewage.
Oh, no,
the
just the smell of the wash of sewage.
All good.
4 successes.
Yes, good.
6.
What are we doing? Cool.
No,
Endurance.
endurance.
Sure you don't want it to be cool?
I am pretty sure about that, yeah.
Fortune point. Yay! 6 successes.
Sweet, and how many successes you get? 4, sweet. As the horrendous smell passes over. Oh, Katarina passes. She critted.
She's made
She's
it
on
strong.
fire, isn't
I mean,
she?
after
Yeah, she's-
what she smelt down there.
yeah,
And
it's
see-
fair.
Yeah.
What she's eaten. Like,
Yeah, let's just not even think about that.
There's also the relief factor of we were looking for sewers and we found them.
Yeah.
the sweet, sweet smell of
Shit.
So, I am going to, before we hit into the break, leave it down to a single dice of doom.
Come on.
Okay? If this passes and we all get through this, we are going to make it back through the sewers, out of the sewers, and effectively back to the palace. Or, if you fail, after the break, we will be doing something very different indeed.
Before we go, Leopold would like to do a blessing of breath for himself and particularly Elric.
You probably do it on everyone,
Yes,
because
but
that's how
particularly
blessings work. but
If
yes.
we drop
Do it.
Elric in the sewage, I don't want him to drown.
Yes.
I don't think Dad would forgive me if we drowned him in shit.
You could use them as a raft.
Oh, it's a crit!
Hey.
Baby!
What's a crit do?
Crit. A crit means I can't get the Wrath of the Gods with that,
Oh,
which I
fair enough.
wasn't getting anyway.
Yeah, good.
But, yeah. And also, I guess it also gives me a fuck ton of successes, so I've definitely got enough to give everybody an extended duration.
Sweet.
So yeah, because I mean, how many people? So like 2, 4, 6,
It's 6
8,
people in total.
10, 12.
Yeah.
You need to count
got
yours.
18.
So that's another plus 6. So
you do
that's,
it
that's 3 times boosted.
Yeah. So 3 scenes, the last one.
Sweet. Okay. I get a
Let's just split
7.
up.
I get a
I
7.
got a 4.
4.
got the
7, 4. 8. 9. 9. 10.
Oh my god! Are you even needing fortune?
That's it.
Bullshit, right? So take bullshit.
Luckiest party in the world!
Well, that was unexpected. So, let us draw the curtain. Slowly together at the end of the first half of our session, as our glorious heroes are encountered by sewer jacks down in the sewers. Broken, limping slowly, bleeding from multiple places or bandaged up. Birdie can barely walk by this point. Elric's still unconscious. The only ones who appear to be broadly healthy are Alaminawaith and Katarina. For reason.
It's the
unknown
power
to
of
man.
love.
The power of love has seen them through.
Oh, I feel queasy now. It's Kath, not
Everyone
Birdie.
else is badly twisted or broken in the most unexpected of places.
And Leopold doesn't look it particularly.
And we will begin. No, he doesn't. He's all right. Except for fractured bones.
Yeah, fine, but that's not visible.
Yeah,
So.
correct. And we'll begin
Stealth.
after the break in the company of Emmanuel Ferrand.
Hi, I'm Andy. You've just been watching me playing LAWhammer. Hopefully you're enjoying what we're doing, and you might want to go check out our Patreon, where you can see all of the special rules that Andy Law has written for this, as well as all the maps, the careers, and everything that he's done. You may even want to fling a little money our way, which we can spend on lights, cameras, mics, or we can just blow it all on hats. You may want to visit our friendly Discord community as well, where people chat about the episodes and come up with their various theories and conspiracies and so on. So any support you can give us, that'd be great. But whatever you do, like, subscribe, and smash the bell for notifications.
Lord Magister Emmanuel Ferrand listened to our glorious heroes and the Princess of Middenheim as they describe everything that they have encountered down below and elsewhere. Katarina takes the lead. Not just because she's the healthiest amongst you all, which she pretty much is, but also because she is someone who has personally been on the receiving end of it, and a grieved party makes it particularly difficult to stand against whatever she says is anything but truth. And the truth that is described is foul, terrible, awful. A truth where there are beastmen that live beneath the city who have managed through sorcery science to duplicate key figures across the empire. And these duplicates appear in all ways as the people who have been copied, with all of their memories and all of their character quirks and traits. They're not perfect, but they're as close to it as you can get. And that the Emperor himself had been duplicated multiple times. Indeed, there was one down there proselytizing against the horrors of everything that stood above and how they were going to be brought down by all of the beastmen from below, carrying a warhammer nonetheless in its hands. But Grimm gave his life destroying the machines that allowed this to come to pass. Meaning that that particular threat should have come to an end. All of the copies and the doubles that were down there were almost certainly destroyed, crushed by falling rock and the explosion from the machine that caused the rock to fall in the first place. Birdie's ears still ring, as do Father Leopold's, from the explosion. They don't really remember how bad it was because it all fell crumbling down on them, knocking all of them out. They do say that they managed to smuggle one of the Imperial copies out, but that he was crushed. It's clear you are in a very bad state. Fortunately, as you have been discussing it, you've already been taken aside and cleaned up before sitting with Emmanuel Ferrand in one of the lower rooms of the Imperial Palace. It was easy to get admitted. They were waiting for you at the palace. Emmanuel Ferrand takes it all in with a stoic face, giving away neither interest, nor horror, nor even excitement. Just solemnly taking it all in, occasionally asking a question. Are there any more of these machines? And the answer being, of course, not as far as you're aware. There is a speech that Birdie has to give, explaining the nature of these creatures, explaining that their jealousies, their constant political bickering. She lays it out pretty basically. Possibly even well. Charmed.
Got etiquette nobles?
I've got etiquette nobles. I've
That's
got
good.
attractive 2.
Etiquette nobles is handy.
Which is fine because I've rolled a 95.
You can always
That
minimum
etiquette
one.
nobles means that you have a minimum of 1 success.
There we go.
Unless you fumble.
And if
did
he's
not fumble.
attracted to her, a minimum of 2
A
successes.
minimum of 2 successes.
Well, I have attractive 2, so.
A minimum of 3 successes. It's going up. One of the joys. Etiquette nobles. You always say the right thing. You have been taught well by your very missing.
Gerald.
Yeah, quite. Squire.
Yeah.
The horrific reality of what happened to Katerina, who was kidnapped in Castle Mall as the beastmen swarmed up and captured almost all of her staff and pulled them all the way down to under Altdorf. Not that she knew where she was at this point. And they were all copied, some of them successfully, some of them less successfully, and then sent back out. She watched as she herself marched out with her own entourage to return to Castle Mall. As far as she knows, she couldn't have been travelling for more than maybe half a day before they were forcing her into the copying machine, which horrendously suggests that they can get from Altdorf to Middenheim in half a day. If true. If time wasn't somehow distorted.
Mm-hmm.
More realistically, magic was probably involved. This was, after all, the scheme of, as you know, a Grey Seer. But it was half a day. So she was only gone for about a day in Mall.
And anyone who would have missed her was with her, so.
Exactly. It's a horrific realization. But equally, behind it all, there's also nothing but, in the greatest scheme of things, good news. Because it's been destroyed. It is gone, this threat. Meaning that there's really only one threat left in the palace, assuming that we don't take all of the political threats into account here.
Yes.
And that is the question
that I'm now going to ask. The whole plot of the Scaven is an easy tell, but are we also going to discuss the plot of the Purple Hand? That is for you to decide before you come in.
Either he knew so much about us. Either he knows that we've been fighting them, or
He is one.
He's
he's fine with it.
he's like the super spy of the Empire, right? Leopold's like very publicly smashed the cell of the Purple Hand in Null. Like, I don't think everyone on the street would know, but I don't think it was a secret amongst the upper echelons.
There was, it was not a secret that that a chaos influence in Null was taken out. Yeah.
Kemperbad, we also trap within the trap.
It's
Temple-handed.
It's just a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
If he isn't, then he's exactly the person we need to tell. He needs to know.
But even if he, like, what my point is I suspect if he was, he probably knows we already know.
Yeah.
So again, it almost makes no difference whether we tell him, I think.
Yeah, that's what I
If
was
he is
saying.
one,
Yeah.
then it makes no difference.
Yeah.
If he
But
isn't
if he
one,
isn't,
then
then
it
we
might.
know that
Interesting.
Frederick von
I like your thinking.
Ostland,
Yeah.
the guy in charge of the palace, is probably one of them.
So,
I think we tell
I
him.
think we tell him.
It's just it's one of those moments where you're just like,
so Katerina bridges that as she looks over at him and says, well, now that you understand the true nature of the danger that the Empire was facing, I think it's only fair that we continue on and explain that the danger has yet to come to an end. Because there is a further danger. Manuel Ferrin tightens his eyes. She says, you must be aware of the plotting that has occurred in Middenheim, in Null, and presumably also in Altdorf. As Katerina lays it all bare. She doesn't pull any blows, nor does she accuse, nor does she lay blame. She makes it quite simple that there is a cult that goes by the name of the cult of the Purple Hand. A cult that had been dogging your steps for some time.
That pause.
Not the Jade Scepter dudes that have been dogging your steps for some time.
Freezing.
pause.
And had been influencing politics for some time. Had been attempting to remove, or should we say instead, replace Boris Tolbrin. Had been attempting to replace Emmanuel down in Null. And had been promptly shut down by your activities in the south. In the same way that Boris had been rescued, saved from the worst of the Purple Hand machinations in the north. But what of Altdorf? As Katerina comes to a close, having explained that the leader of the entire cult is a very old imperial noble from Reichland and a graduate of the Amethyst College. Again, she lays no blame, but she pulls no blows. Wittgenstein, who had extended his life using warpstone and studying the texts of a certain Lord of Undeath. Information that you know because of his granddaughter, Margarita. And that he, in his attempt to take control of the cult,
and to move it away from whatever intent that it had ended up falling to its schemes himself. He listens to it all. He listens to your description of the Purple Hand, the extent that you believe it had, the fact.
The Jungfrau's investigating, did she cover that?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Fact.
And the fact that there was also the purple paw.
The Jungfrau's are investigating the fact that they'd infiltrated the Beastmen in this down below, probably because the Beastmen were trying to get involved with their plot above. And they were attempting to somehow infiltrate it and stop them from messing with their plans.
Well, we know that Dagmar helped with some of the cloning stuff. Well, we know. We were told.
Quite. And you lay it all out. And you also lay out that a certain von Ostland, the current Chamberlain of the Volkshalle, is one of them, or was aware of them and was attempting to determine if you were one of them. Because
Could be either.
it could be either.
Yeah.
All the way back in episode 2.
When he went. And then
All
he
the way
started
back
going
in
to
episode 2.
everyone.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
did it then.
And he is
that's
he
fine.
now
Yeah.
runs the Volkshalle.
Right.
The previous person who ran the Volkshalle, one Talene Feuerbach of Talabecland, got kicked out, and he replaced her. He listens to that, and again, gives away nothing. Doesn't really show whether he thinks this is good news or bad news. He listens to it all. He listens to the fact that you have been pursued by a demon. I imagine you don't explain you summoned it.
Yes. We could not
We're just
explain
being
that.
pursued by a demon that can take others' forms, but only when it consumes them. And it takes their flesh and wears it like a skin suit.
Oh,
This is where his first proper interruption comes in. And why does this demon not just return from whence it came? How could it possibly survive for any length of time here? That is not how they work. You don't have a good answer. Not a great answer.
we don't have a great answer,
Tell you why it doesn't
but
go
we
back.
know that Grimm also had a demon that didn't go back, so we know it's possible.
Not true.
No?
No, his demon went back.
Shifting
You can
now,
bring it
isn't
up. Okay, it wasn't in reality.
Oh, okay.
At any time.
Loophole couldn't hear it, but Elric could.
Right, got you.
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We don't know about
it
we don't
took
know
a
about
proper
Gideon.
summoning near the end. Yeah, you don't
We don't
know.
know. We don't know why.
We know that he enjoyed it here. That's
Yes, we
why he
do.
wanted to
Yeah.
stay. That was
Yeah.
his thing.
Yeah.
I like it here.
Yeah,
That's why. I
and
don't
he
know how.
still was for a very long
Yeah.
time, because you know he was for a very long time down in Bergenhafen.
Wasn't he tied?
From Null,
Wasn't he
indeed.
tied to an item?
I think we did learn that he had an item or something.
You don't know. You don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
it's ultimately it. You don't know. And that gives him annoyance. His first actual response, as he sits back, folds his arms, and
Just quick. This is an out of character question.
Yes.
Gideon was somewhat of a free agent as well, wasn't he? Like he wasn't necessarily with the.
well, he was
right? He
working
was just
directly with the Purple Hand in
Yeah.
Midnight.
with them.
It was supporting them. That's who was going to replace Boris.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
the
not
demon.
part of them though, right? Because then
Pardon?
he could stick around. That was the whole point.
Well, he'd be up there being Boris, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
That was the
Yeah,
plan.
because Wittgenstein thought he controlled Gideon. Thought
Yeah.
that Gideon did everything he wanted to do.
Gideon
And
was
largely
out for
he did.
himself.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
but you summoned him separately.
Yeah.
Not that you necessarily need to admit that.
So, but maybe then Wittgenstein did something or gave him something or.
And
We
this,
don't know.
this,
I'm more
this is
interested in the
also
fact
an
that he's
character
responding.
thing because I am also confused now. Because there's the other cult, wasn't there, as well?
The Red Crown.
The Red Crown is a completely separate cult.
Yeah.
The one with blood.
But they weren't involved with Gideon at all.
No.
No.
They
No,
were
not the
They,
slightest.
I think they're the same god. The same
But we don't need
god.
to talk about
Um,
them because they're not directly
I mean,
relevant.
when we summoned Gideon, it might have said something that Magritte understood, like why the demon was here and couldn't go back. But I can't recall.
Or maybe Elric, but he's not here.
But
you know.
Elric's not here.
Yeah, you don't
we
have
don't
the
understand.
necessary
We don't have the
knowledge.
lore magic. We just
They-
don't know.
Exactly. He frowns at this. And as Katerina moves to continue on, he just puts his hand up and says, "Stop. There is a demon in the mortal realms. Here. Just freely moving. Unable to replace anything. I will need to speak to the Supreme Patriarch." "Your Royal Highness," he says to Katerina, "the apologies of Reichland's court for what you suffered in her territory. We will see that you are very comfortably looked after until your father comes." And he gets up, walks over to the door. He says, "Please escort Her Royal Highness to..." And he looks round at her. Says, "She is a guest of the Emperor. Royal apartments, he pauses, Matthias Ferren chamber." He comes back in. And she says, "There are other matters that we could cover." "No, there are not. You've said enough." Says, "And this is not the business that you should be attending to, because people will talk. I do not think it is wise that I should be so swiftly dismissed. You've said everything that you know, and they know all the rest. Please, I don't want there to be any gap. I don't want anyone to talk. Go." Door shuts, sits down. "So my brother is not my brother. He is not my brother. But what other option do I have? The alternative is he's ill. Now, you might have heard that he was ill, but no, he is very ill. When you were away 3 days ago, he contracted an illness. He was already weak. I have seen him at a distance. I did not go into the chamber for fear that it was contagious. His doctor is confused. His face is swollen. Purple. He can't help. You see everybody look at Gerhard. That will be enough for him to go, "This does not seem..."
Not doctor.
I'm a doctor, which you probably know. If it is what I think it is, I do know how to treat this disease.
What do you think it is?
Well, I would need to
What do you
investigate.
think it is?
Based upon your description, something called, titled purple brain fever? Which
I've heard of it.
No, but it has been seen in certain areas. It was in Altdorf, wasn't it?
No, purple brain fever was in Bergenhafen. It was used by the demon.
There
The
was,
demon.
There was somewhere else where it appeared. Where did I do my doctorates? Here. It was here. It is in
Altdorf.
here. It is in Altdorf. I am right. Fuck all of you! Yes!
And
Doctor! You are the Lord Doctor!
And indeed, you have studied this quite extensively.
Yeah.
It was what drove you to Dr. Flaster in the first place, to try and understand how it could have occurred and how it could be potentially cured. You know exactly how to do it, but it was indeed spread by the demon.
Right. Which means that.
Say that. Say it.
Yeah.
He might be nearby.
I'll explain that.
So, the demon who is already attached to this cult, or one of its minions, is responsible for my brother's illness, who in turn may only have been given this illness because he had fallen out of their control, because he was being controlled by Beastman, the city.
Which means there's definitely at least one in this palace, if not multiple, attached to this purple hand. And I missed it. And he just sits there for a moment, contemplating what that means. I missed it.
We will put a hand on her to like let them answer.
You let him think.
I missed it. I can't trust anyone in this palace then. Not a one. Not a single one of them. Can't even trust my own brother. He has been acting strangely, of that there's no doubt. But he has always been known to be an individual. But this... Well, we'll have to rattle the cage and see what rust falls off and see which bars break. He says, "You've already foiled them in Middenheim. They'll know it. One presumes that their leader's probably here. They'll have probably learned that you're in the area." "No, they'll have learned," he says, and he opens the door. "I want green velvet for all of them," he says. And there's a call of, "Don't care, just get any cloak." He comes in. So let's give them exactly what they fear most. Someone that knows they exist. You are the great heroes who rescued the princess. There was an assassination attempt. Clearly, you have reason to pursue that down. We are, of course, gracious hosts. We would not deny Middenheim her wish. No, we would not. Which means it is only appropriate that you be granted access to the court. And they will panic. They're either going to hide, they're going to run, or they're going to attempt to prevaricate and stop you from stopping whatever it is that they're attempting to do. Whichever it is, I cannot. If they're running, then they're gone. If they put up walls, then we watch for the builders, and we cut off their legs and tear out their hearts. And should they fight, well, I will be watching. This is not Middenheim. This is the Imperial Court. I have the colleges of magic at my disposal. Question is, which ones can I trust? Well, I will find out when I speak to Gorman.
Lord Magister, on that note, when we were in Middenheim, there was one way that we were checking if someone had been taken over by the demon or not. A gold wizard gave us an instrument that would check for an etheric organ, I believe. That seemed to work. Perhaps that could be something you...
Only worked for that individual, though.
Yeah, but...
You can speak to the Gold College.
Yes, if you...
He was also on his way to Altdorf.
Yes.
Spengler.
Spengler. And that may come in use.
I don't know.
He's very trustworthy.
Or he was. He says, the more useful someone is, the more likely they are to have been replaced. Now, I know exactly who I'm going to turn to. She is useless. An absolute failure from the Light College. However, she does have one very useful skill. I'll have her summoned, and there's a knock on the door. And the door opens. Oh, Magister, we have cloaks. Oh, yes, bring them in. Pick them up. This woman's going to need crutches.
White as well.
Green velvet cloaks. Anyone who attends court in Altdorf is supposed to wear a green velvet cloak. You're supposed to, of course, source your own. And you don't get in without one. Everyone's supposed to be wearing one.
the green velvet. Green velvet is also worn by the prime estates in the Vauxhall when they come to vote. The green cloaks coming in, the green cloaks coming out. However, many of the nobles don't like to follow imperial tradition, and they hang them up purposefully on the outside to say, Altdorf doesn't control us. Some might call that petty. Many in Reichland call it petty. Many in Reichland also hang up their cloaks because Altdorf doesn't tell them what to do. Nevertheless, the court itself, the nobles wear green velvet, as do the clerics. It's a sign of status in Altdorf. And these green velvet cloaks, eventually, after they try a few, fit well. Thick, comfortable, warm, and rich. Each one of these will sell for an easy 10 crowns, should you decide to get rid of it later. This is not the first time either of you two have worn green velvet. Green velvet is little green velvet cloaks when you were little. It wasn't so different for you. First time you came to court.
It's nice to wear it without guilt, though.
Yeah, green velvet. As he sits back, thinking as you're going, says a few words to somebody else on the outside as you're getting fitted up, comes back in again, sits down. Get out. Not to you, to those who say, out. Looks over. Father, you need to straighten it. It needs to be fixed by the clasp at the front, pulled down slightly. It's riding up. Better. Yes, good.
Can I use my? I have a brooch with my order on it.
No. Let's not show colours. Let's not show any colours. No signs of office. No heraldic device stating your political intent. I want them terrified. I want them unsure. I want them guessing. So even the smallest little detail we will leave empty, so that they have a greater expanse to concern themselves with. I want them terrified. You have defeated them once, you've defeated them twice. You are aware of their activities. Clearly, they are up to something, and it involves my brother. Officially, you'll be investigating the assassination attempt of Her Royal Highness, Katerina of House Tobringer, and the assassination of our Ulrich Valgeir. However, they will know that's a lie. Or we hope they suspect it's a lie. I would suggest, given that my brother is clearly their target, going straight there first. My brother is not going to be of much use to you. However, I would appreciate if you would look in at him and administer whatever healing is required, given that you understand that. Interrogate the doctor. See if he's involved. He's a good friend of mine, or at least he was. I'll pursue Gorman, and I will determine whether he is in fact Gorman or not. You wish to say something?
If I may.
Yes, you may.
We have found a few bits of key information that are useful when dealing with these people. Number one, writing classical. It cannot be changed in the same way.
Why do you say that?
It has something. I'm not entirely. I can't remember. It can't. The reason why slips my mind, but
do you know you've got a face in your face?
It was just something to do with what
style,
classical
like
is. Like,
yeah.
She's not like a. I don't really.
Good.
Our wizard is unconscious.
Yeah.
There's something about classical that means it cannot be changed.
Yeah.
In the way that they can change other writings.
There are again, it would be trusting in other people, but there are some runes that can be used from the dwarves to see if somebody has been taken by demons.
And drive them out.
And, well, this is tricky because it would involve trust on.
We will not be asking anything of the dwarves.
Okay.
Should they learn of any of this, alliances will end,
Fair enough.
and the Empire would be weakened. Do not approach them in that regard. Do not request help. To do so will be to weaken the Empire.
Right.
Because they are stubborn creatures. They will leave us for a generation, if not more. We will not see them. They will not talk to us. They will consider that we have fallen. And given what we have learned in this room today, we have. They would be right by their treaties to abandon us. We cannot allow that to occur.
Okay. Then, if that's the position you wish to take, then fine, I understand.
It is the position we're taking.
The other thing, if there is somebody who you do need to speak to specifically, if there is a desperate need to understand if they are on, well, if they are who they say they are, Leopold, you can.
I can make an augury, which gives me some signs. It's not always clear, but it has flagged up those that can be trusted and those that can't in the past. But it depends on asking Sigmar for his intervention, and that is not something to be done too lightly or too frequently.
What's the presence of the tattoos?
I'm concerned that even Sigmar can be fooled, given what you learned beneath the city.
But one thing we do
That
know,
is a dark tiding.
It is worth noting that there is a distinction between the miracles I can call upon through Sigmar and the divinations, the auguries. The auguries have remained more consistent, more reliable than the miracles.
We're wasting time, says. I shan't even have you presented at court. I'll have word spread. Word has already been spread, says. You will be allowed through any door.
Lord Magister, could we have another cloak for my advisor? He has been through all of this with us.
No, he's been away from you. I can't be certain that he is who he claims to be. The answer to that is a firm no. And he should not be by your side until we have reached the end of this particular thread.
Great.
If I can determine separately that he is reliable, I will have him sent to you.
Another person who knows some of this, we spoke to Volkmar.
Again, can't be certain that he isn't.
No, but just so that you
Replaced
know
now.
that he is aware about some of the cultist activity we have told him in the past.
Then he is replaced. I would have heard from him already.
Shit. That's also useful intelligence.
Yeah.
Unless he doesn't trust me.
That
he
could
also
also
totally didn't believe us.
I mean, he also probably doesn't believe me.
No, he didn't believe you at all.
He
I think
did
it's fair to say.
look, he did not believe us.
Then perhaps he's conducting an investigation.
the other thing, and a final point, but these people work well when other people don't talk to each other. It is tricky, and unfortunately, that is the sort of double-edged sword that they deal with.
The alternative here is for everyone to know, which can't be allowed to occur. That is the end of treaties. That is the fall of Reichland and the fall of the Empire. Secrecy is not just paramount, it is absolutely essential for the continued establishment of what we believe in. If the heart is rotten and everyone knows, then the body will die.
Can I just ask out of character, like, without exception, have we been told, or did we just discover it, that they always tattoo themselves? Like, they seem to be almost compelled to mark themselves.
Many of them do seem to have. That doesn't mean they all do.
Yeah.
For the very reason of,
People would think they all do.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that would allow some to not be tattooed.
That certainly wouldn't help with identifying Gideon.
No, for sure.
Yeah, quite.
And even Lupo believed that like most of them passed through the temple in Null, but that doesn't mean that all of them did.
Mm.
You know.
It's worth having a past sleeves, though.
Then on that character question, in terms of Gerhardt's understanding of the way that Algu works, which is rudimentary at best, that's fair, and knowing who Emmanuel is, would this, for lack of a better term, would being a Grey Magister also create a slight paranoia in yourself? By being so attracted to that whole idea?
I don't understand quite the question that you're asking. What are you looking for?
I feel like this is somebody who potentially sees plots where plots aren't
That
necessarily.
very well may be the case.
Is that something that is linked in with those people who do get involved with Elwood? Like, is that
What's your lore magic? I imagine would be answer.
sure? Yeah.
It's absolutely the answer to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't,
I don't
really
have
know.
much.
Yeah, exactly. you don't have lore magic. I'm sorry to
Presumably,
say.
he's gone through rigorous training to have, I don't know, some resistance to it.
So, with that all said, he says, make your own business. Find them. And let's see what falls out the tree when we start to shake. Keep your eyes open for those that are on the move. Those who appear startled at your arrival. Panicked. Uncertain. Doesn't mean that they are anything other than someone who is startled and panicked given your unique position. But it could mean much more. Eyes open, he says. For the Empire.
For the Empire.
He makes his way over to the door, opens up, and on the other side there's a servant just standing there already. He says, she arrived yet? He says, no, my lord, but word's out. He says, send her to my chambers the second she gets here. Looks back at you all, and then just walks off, leaving you to your own devices.
We're going to see the Emperor first?
Yes, and his doctor.
Probably, yeah.
And if there's things you need to treat him, perhaps we can ask a servant to fetch them.
Yes, I would like to do a little bit of studying up first. I know there's a good. I presume there's a good library here, right? It's the Imperial Palace.
Very possibly, yeah.
Of what?
Of what?
Just a little bit of a top up.
Of what?
But you know
what brain fever is. It will cure the Emperor.
I know a good amount of it. This is not. There is no
There
position.
is no record of purple brain fever.
But I found
You did. You were
bits.
the only one that gave the answers.
Yeah.
You knew more than the entire doctors in Altdorf.
Listen, if it's the fucking Emperor, right? If it's the head of whatever it
Then
is,
you don't want to dick around and let him die while you're reading a book.
I've got speed reader.
You've got to walk to the library.
Do you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like you're scared.
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
do
just
it.
reasonable.
You can do it, Gerhardt. We believe in you. You were born for this. This is your destiny. Can I make a leadership role on it?
Oh yeah, go for it.
And can I just get into his line of sight?
Yeah, 6 successes.
Yeah.
You're born for this, go hard.
You're born for this,
I
Gerhardt.
crotch so you can make a man that fills you with excitement.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's do it. Come on.
You're in a corridor beneath the main Imperial Palace buildings with no idea where to go.
Is there a bell in that room?
Fortunately,
There's a 7 outside.
there is a servant outside who is sitting there with a little croppy top and a uniform of blue and red. Crop top haircut.
Yeah,
pardon me.
No, it's like,
Not a little crop top.
We're not in Null,
body
okay?
When in Null, Altdorf, as he turns around and says nothing, holding his head down.
So, take us to the Emperor's quarters. Come on.
Oh, actually,
Right,
well,
well,
if he is there.
Emperor's quarters. Says, I'm not sure that we'll get in.
We
The
will.
Lord Doctor is here to tend to him.
And the slightly nervous servant
You can do it. You're born for this.
That is your destiny.
Look at me! You're
helps
fine!
you through
the Imperial Palace, up towards, hopefully, the Emperor's Chamber. And indeed, you are taken up there.
I'm watching for anyone who's panicking,
Yeah.
running, passing messages.
I'm listening
Oh,
for heartbeats,
heartbeats,
whispered startles,
whispered
all
star-
those kind of things.
I'm
We're on
sniffing.
it.
It's like, shh, can you smell something?
Good Ghostbusters reference.
You need to, smell for Scaven.
Oh, I do. I need to talk about
So,
Scaven's
let's give
suspiciousness.
ourselves a very quick brief of the from here to there. To begin with, it's servants' quarters, the underneath part. You break through into the main palace as a whole, where everything suddenly becomes gilt, edged, resplendent, griffin-lined, imperial crossed, skull-tastic, looking marvelous. Carvings of past emperors, many of which are significantly younger than they claim to be, because, hey, the Imperial Palace has only been in Altdorf for about a couple of 100 years. Less than that, in fact, 100 and so years. About 100. But many of these emperors are far older than that. Presumably sculpted afterwards to try and give this place a bit more of a, we've been here for a long time. And wherever you go, it's nothing but hushed whispers. Looks of, what the hell is going on here? Servants of Middenheim granted access to wherever they want to go. Word has already spread. It has to, because everyone has to be told that you can be granted access. And that's gone fast. You make your way through the main thoroughfare of the palace court that leads through to a back chamber where you're going to move into the imperial apartments. There is a half-mile long run-up towards the main throne room. Birdie has a wheelchair,
Oh,
Nice.
which has been laid for her at the end of the long course.
Fabulous.
It's got a small crossbow on the side. So you get right at home.
Cannon mounted. And spikes that come out the wheels.
Yeah.
Reichsguard. And on the top, state soldiers. But you pass across this chamber, you don't go down the full length, and go into a small gallery that goes down the length of the remainder of this throne room and beyond.
Just keep an eye out for ghosts, right?
And everywhere you go, where you're seen, it's hushed whispers.
I'm
People moving out of the way,
I'm
others
specifically
watching.
listening though, because there's a difference between hushed whispers of, oh, they're the ones, what's happening? We've got to let them through, to tell such and such, like angry, there's a different tone that I'm looking
Panicked heartbeats is what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
focus on. Panicked heartbeats.
By the
Trying to
time,
duck out from
by the
where we are.
time you reach the far end, anger is not a core emotion. Panic, excited heartbeats, about 50% of them. Several hundred individuals you've passed by. To begin with, there was almost a, who's that one? Who's that one? Then it's the, oh, fuck. And that one, and that one.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting worse.
But,
As it appears to be everywhere.
by the way, what did we do with Elric?
Oh, Elric's in a room.
Okay,
that won't be
but-
looked at.
But
Have
is
we-
he safe?
Where is he safe?
As safe as he can be, he's in the Imperial Palace.
Under guard.
Under guard? Maybe like double guard.
We're all tightened up as well, right? We're not still in our Scaven.
No. You
We're
are,
not giving
you,
up
you are
something.
wearing clothes that are more appropriate.
Yes.
And you are bandaged up, and in some cases, you're literally covered in badges.
But we're not
Okay.
wearing armour.
No, you're not wearing armour because wearing a lot of bandages and splints and various other things
I
too.
can wear a breastplate, my ankle doesn't affect me.
Tell that
Are we-
to the person pushing your wheelchair.
Are we armed? Like, are we like our...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Oh, is Leopold
Cold
like
dead,
splintered up?
Yeah.
Just like, is he able to walk though? Just
Oh yeah, you're moving through.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
I'm
split it up
assuming it's
to
not a clean
encourage
break
to heal.
then. It's just a...
Yeah, it's fracture was described,
Nick.
so it's not like
Down to the far end of the main palace throne room, past that and up into the Wilhelm chambers. The chambers of the Emperor himself. You pass by a whole host of paintings that very much show that the previous versions, for those who can see it, of the Emperor from House Holzwig-Schlieffen were in fact heroes. Every single last one of them apparently wielded a great hammer and killed everything. This, for anyone with lore history. Anyone with lore history?
Yeah.
How many advances in lore history?
I think I treat it as a.
I'm pretty sure you don't. It's just a normal skill.
I used to treat it as a thingy.
Yeah.
Now I don't.
Well, medicine,
What's wrong with that?
I've got
Savvy.
Empire
Oh,
and
you've changed savvy.
Savvy only works on one, it's on lore
It's
medicine.
on long mode. Yeah, that's what we did. Okay, fine. Never mind.
But you have history?
I do have
How many
history,
advances? That's
yeah.
all I was asking. The question I asked.
Fine.
5, yes. Yeah, they probably were heroes.
But also, if any of them could be, any paintings could ever be visible, surely the Sigmar, like people of Sigmar, like the emperors and stuff are all.
Oh,
supposed to be,
absolutely.
right? So like,
They're-
maybe you'll see some.
They're true heroes. And no, he doesn't.
They're not holy paintings.
No, they're
They're
not. They are in fact all intact. As you make your way, couldn't help myself. I'm sorry.
Get out.
Down one gallery, over to a set of stairs where the servants who are with you carry you up in your
Just
wheelchair.
get used to this.
And taking up a broad flight of stairs with purple carpets up towards the next floor, then wheeled along there, where several individuals look somewhat like this. As if to say, who are these people to be up here? None of them whispering, though, in handy ways. As you make your way past them until eventually you arrive at what you're told is the Imperial quarters. This doesn't surprise you. 6 Reichsguard are on the outside, and 2 Knights of the High Helm. One of which is 7'3", the other of which is 7'1".
That's how tall I would have been.
Big knights looking down as the servant says, I'm here on order, as the High Helm looks down and says, you can go in. Rather non-noble sounding. Go figure. As the Reichsguard to the side of him looks up, looks over, and says, you may go in. Servant opens up the door
It's poor servant.
and looks inside. Where do I go? Never been here before.
This is not his job, right?
Looks around, and on the inside, there's a horn, blazes, and goes, Her Imperial Highness, Princess Ume of the Pawn. As he shrinks from it and looks at him, looks around, looks at him again, and the herald puts his horn down, goes, it's that way. And leads off in that way direction. You're not even into his apartment yet, you're just into the royal apartments.
Right.
It takes a full 5 minutes before eventually you arrive.
At least
In
they
the
didn't
rooms
cancel all of
where
this.
Karl Franz has been put. You hear them before you get there. Because there's chanting. Sigmarites.
Oh, my God.
Praying. Praying over what they believe is the dying emperor.
We know it's really contagious, right? Like,
Yeah, we've survived it before.
maybe like,
You believe so? How are they meant to know?
no, but like, we can take precautions.
Like, don't go near him.
Yeah, like, don't go here.
You just send the doctor in, right?
Yeah. And
Quite.
Shout
And then we
encouraging
observe.
things.
From afar.
Yeah.
And you know, you don't touch him. You don't touch him. There's a whole host of things you can do. All you need to do is get the right stuff, which you've probably already ordered through servants.
Sure.
Mm.
But first, you've got to be certain,
Yeah.
is it a
Is it
case
actually
of
that?
purple brain fever? As you make your way in, and on the inside, there's a stiff-backed gentleman with a tabard hanging down with KF Rex written across it in great griffins to either side. He has a page boy cut, which is curled up to either side with a perfect centre parting, which goes into a comet at the back with a bald patch that's circular.
Wow.
Bearing in mind what we learned under Altdorf,
Mm.
be particularly alert to reactions from any of the Sigmarites here.
Yeah.
As he
And if any of them whisper, if they repeat any words, because we've learned that, right? So if any of them go, fuck, or something like that.
I'd like to think
Jacuz!
I'd like to think I'd pick up on it.
objection. As he steps before the door, looks down at the servant and says, "Do please tell your party to be quiet. His Imperial Highness is." He looks up, rather stern-faced and disappointed to see you here. "He is ill and should not be disturbed." "Yeah?" He says, when he looks back at you, as if to say,
The Lord Doctor is here to treat His Imperial Majesty.
"Well, if you must," he says, and he takes a step aside, leaving you with, "What do we have inside?"
Who is this person? Like with his little outfit?
You're not sure who he is.
Any Doctor's vibes? That's not the Doctor.
No, he
Really
looks like a
not.
page.
Fine.
Some
just
officious.
He even had a page boy cut.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
right,
just a
right,
page
as
boy.
page boys
Did
you
you
can
not
get.
see his
Except
haircut?
more of a page man.
Yeah, like I was wearing a crop top. What am I going to deal with this these days?
A 4-poster bed.
Quite small, really.
4 tiny posters. Wow. A 4-poster bed. Its curtains pulled back. And at the far end, what is clearly the Emperor. His face is bloated and swollen and purple. His hair hanging off at odd angles at the top. To either side is a bank of kneeling nuns, a bank of kneeling tall rather than kneeling down on their heels, monks, and then behind them, clerics, who are all intoning prayer. In total, there's at least 50 Sigmarites in here. There is also at the far end, let's just quickly describe it as gathered nobles of Reichland, who are all watching on for presumably what they think is probably going to be some of the final moments of the Emperor. Which ones they are, you don't know, because you don't know them personally. These are not individuals, oh, that's a lie. There he is, von Ostland.
Whoa.
Von Ostland, with his rather rotund figure, wearing the black and white of Ostland, and a particularly jaunty hat.
What did Seaver say? Just kill him. What a guy.
Wheel me towards
No,
him.
I think now's the time for the dagger in like the throat, the
Yeah,
heart.
yeah. The
Eyes.
liver, the 2 kidneys.
Yeah.
Von Ostland. He is having a conversation, his fingers covered with rings, with someone else, looks over at where you are and doesn't recognize you at all.
Change the
Because you didn't have blindness when you were there. You were a street rat. You were in disguise.
He's anonymous.
Yeah.
And he's got scars.
Perhaps you don't recognise me with my...
I look completely
You
different.
are not a wheel-bound chair knight without armour. And, well, you were
I
an elf.
wasn't. No, I wasn't in it.
Oh, no, you had a completely
I
different
had a
face then as
completely
well.
different face.
You just look completely different. And the only one who doesn't look different is currently in bed.
Almost like we planned it.
Yeah, if only that were true. As they gather and they're talking amongst themselves, you have ears, you can hear. And it's mostly, who do they even think they are coming in here? Why has this been allowed? I don't know why this has been allowed. Who can understand why this sort of thing is occurring? I'm surprised that the cult of Sigma hasn't done anything to stop this. One of them is from the cult of Sigma. No, that can't be true. No, look, he's a High Father from the north.
He's got a big fucking hammer.
What are you doing there, Hart?
Oh, this is why I wanted to pause. Right, well, let's ignore everyone. We'll just go straight to the bed.
Just do your thing.
Yeah.
Straight over towards the bed.
Yeah.
Immediately, a Reichsguard
Mm-hmm.
steps out from behind where the Sigmarites are praying, and opens his mouth to speak. He's not wearing his helmet. Long blonde hair hanging down to either side of his face. And as he opens his mouth, from across the room comes out, Sir Knight! Back down! And he turns round, looks over at the offending man. His Imperial Highness, he says, is my responsibility. I do believe you had the order. Let him through. The gentleman on the other side, you don't recognize. He is a rather thin, weedly-looking individual with a very, very bald head. Just the slightest fringe of fuzz sitting around by his ears, which he's clearly cultivated as his special fuzz. It's a special fuzz, very, very carefully combed in neat, straight lines. His eyes are dark. His eyebrows are furrowed. Like that. Big puffs with slashes of red. The knight looks at you, says, if you do anything, stop your prevarication, let him through. Steps back.
Right. Going through.
It's purple brain fever. You don't even need a fucking test. Look at it.
Yes, I'm the best!
They clearly have no idea at all.
It's your destiny.
This is what, not only what you encountered in Bergenhafen, but what they couldn't properly understand in Altdorf when you were being tested
Yeah.
to become a doctor.
Yeah.
You knew more about it than they did. And you know more about it than they do. And they've made errors. They've attempted to lance it. There are several very sore-looking punctures. And that clearly isn't going to be able to stop the swelling that is building up around his face. He'll be suffering from deep delusions. That much you know.
Right.
He's going to be probably spouting nonsense, and they have decided, as far as you can tell, without touching him, you don't want to touch him because you might contract it, and you know it's particularly dangerous. Looking at him, the way he's drooling, they have almost certainly given him something. You'll need to know what.
Okay.
Because if he's not received some form of anesthesia against the pain, he's not going to be in a good place. And worse, there's a host of drugs which will leave him suffering all the pain, but incapable of expressing it. He may not have been given the correct thing. He's drooling, and it looks like he's drooling from once. He's probably to a degree numbed, but you're not sure with exactly what. You need to speak to the doctor.
Yeah. So, where is his current doctor?
There's some movement amongst the nobles over on the other side. And out comes the current doctor. He did not like that.
I like the threat implicit in that word. Previous would have been better.
He doesn't like it. His face is firm, small goatee beard. His hair very carefully combed back from his ears, which are sitting out very prominent and somewhat large. He's got a bit of the big ears thing going on. He's dressed in dark colours exclusively, presumably to try and hide any fluids that may accidentally fall upon him. He has no apron, as you've seen many a doctor wear, or anything similar. A monocle sits in one eye as he comes over and says, yes,
First things first, what's the cut of his jib comparatively to other doctors who I know who are good at what they do?
What do you mean by the cut of his jib? There's so
Well,
many ways that I could
that's
answer
fair enough.
that.
So Flaster,
Mm-hmm.
as far as Gerhardt is concerned, is
You're-
nuts, right?
you're-
She's a prime example of knowing what she's doing and doing it well.
Mhm.
If I take that as a character who I look at, and then if I
So
look
there's
at
two
this
things
person,
to look at, not just him, but the patient.
Yeah.
The patient is drooling. The patient is not being properly looked after in that regard. They just left a napkin there to catch it.
Sure.
Little KFs on the corner, little Griffins,
Brilliant. Yeah.
but that's it. He should have been knocked out entirely, as far as you're concerned. It would be better. There are a host of options you would have taken that he didn't, but he's been looked after.
Mhm.
I mean, he's not bad. He himself looks arrogant, like someone who doesn't think that anyone should question anything he's ever said.
You've got to be arrogant to be the doctor to the emperor.
Do
like,
yourself
That's a big thing.
an intelligence test.
Straight intelligence?
Yes.
Just 3 successes then.
You recognize him.
Do you test me?
Yeah.
Don't test me again, motherfucker.
Right.
And he wanted to fail you.
Okay.
Sus.
Because I was associated with...
You don't know what. He wanted to fail you. He thought that you hadn't said enough.
But he
But
should
that-
know how to treat this.
Because you.
Because you fucking told him.
No, I didn't, because I didn't tell them what it was.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oops.
I kept it to myself. But because otherwise they would have failed me. They would have got it wrong, fuck you. But that does imply things. Okay, right, interesting.
And what exactly do you think you can do?
Well, I'm here to cure him. That's the whole point. If you were a doctor, could you take me through the current care plan?
I see no reason why I should. Well, you aren't even capable of... Well, I will say nothing, sir. And he walks off.
All right, fine.
He folds his arms.
Look at the big Reichsguard guy.
Yeah.
Like, did you say His Imperial Majesty's kit is your responsibility?
He says, his body is my responsibility.
The doctor can cure him, but he needs to know what that man has done to him before, and he's not telling us. Can you
That is
compel
not a, there's a medical matter. There's nothing I can understand.
No, but can you compel him
You
to
could be a
talk?
liar for all I know, Father. He could be a liar. He could be telling the truth. He could do nothing. There's nothing I can say here. I am not the party to talk to.
Useless.
Oh,
As across the side, one of the nuns says, "Be quiet! We are praying!" As they continue their low chant. As he...
Shall I try talking to him?
What, the other doctor?
Yeah.
Can I identify the things that would put him into this state?
Yeah, that'll be a lower medicine test difficulty is 7.
I'm going to attempt to go and
Yep,
talk to the
baby.
doctor.
He is currently sitting between 3 other nobles, one of whom, interestingly, is von Oslin, and 2 others. As to get there, you're going to have to push through others. But you're blind.
I'm blind. Put your hands out. You won't get out of my way.
Yeah, totally. As you make your way over, there's one chap, all dark with a big floppy hat and a stubbly chin, just looks at you to say, "I say, what are you doing?"
Take his
But he doesn't actually say anything because there appears to be a solemn agreement for general silence, except for you rude intruders. As you make your way over, and you
Shouty now.
score
11.
You come in and you look all right. Yeah, he's been given a paralytic.
God.
But everything else, he's just...
And you think little else.
Yeah.
His eye is drooping slightly. There's a slackness as you look about and slowly but surely come to the conclusion that all he's probably been given is a paralytic. And if that's true, 2 things you know for certain are currently happening. 1, his mind, pressed by the brain fever that he has, will be conjuring up horrors all around him. So he is currently going through the hells. And physically, the agony that comes alongside it is also extraordinary. He is in almost the worst place he possibly could be. Now, the question is, do you change it, get some alternative? Do you even admit it? Because by admitting it, then you put the doctor on the back foot. Maybe send him away. Who knows? What do you want from the situation?
Question: is this negligence, or is it
Incompetence.
no? Is it purposefully?
You've no idea. I mean, he doesn't know. If he doesn't know what
But
it
if you-
is,
if you're-
which you presume he doesn't,
Yeah, but if
Okay.
you're a doctor of a certain level, right?
Well, apart from anything else,
supposedly.
he's been putting holes in the guy's head and hasn't given him any anaesthetic.
looks like the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Apart from
Okay.
anything else.
I don't.
Let's
So,
just remember, this is the Warhammer.
yeah, that's what I'm
I
trying
was
to
about to
figure
say, that in no way surprises you.
Yeah. All
This
of
is
it,
not
par for the course.
negligence. No. Different doctors have different views. I mean, hell. I mean, at least he's not pissing on him.
right, fine.
If he was from the university and that's what Faster is now working.
Yeah, but Flaster pissed everybody off. Flaster does not. Flaster is a good doctor, not a political doctor,
Correct.
which is the issue, right? So what I'm trying to figure out is, does this guy know what he's doing?
You don't know.
Okay.
You don't know.
But also,
And
doesn't
he's
matter. He doesn't
what you know
know
for certain is what is wrong with him,
Yeah.
and also that what he has been given does the opposite of helping him.
Okay, so what the intention is then, I would like to get him to.
I would like a lower medicine test. As you push your way through, and there's it, and the doctor looks down in your direction.
Down?
Yeah, he's tall and thin.
Taller than?
Yeah.
That's weird.
He's standing on a step.
Oh, room on that step for two.
If you shove him off.
As he's sitting in the corner and looks at you and says, "Yes, what is it, High Father?"
The Lord Doctor is here to help the Emperor. He's encountered this illness before. He knows.
And he failed last time too. Please get out of my sight. He says,
I've-
I want nothing to do with you. Do not disturb me. As from the side, the Chamberlain says, I think you've heard exactly what he thinks of you, Lord Father. Now get out of here, you southern traitor.
Oh,
He says, traitor to the Empire, traitor to everything you stand for. And all around you here. Do you have sixth sense?
I do.
Are you in Altdorf?
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
I also have nose for trouble. And combat wear.
Combat aware is good. Initiative test.
Wow. Damn it. I was complaining we
yeah.
can't fight. No, we're
Two
So
successes.
there's a number of successes. We have 41.
41 successes.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow. Wow.
Assassin!
Assassin!
And as you're saying that, pain bursts through your back as a blade pushes through your heart for 241 wounds
I think I might spend a fate point.
Yeah.
as it pushes.
I might spend a fate point.
Would you like a fate point to go down or out? Your choice.
I don't think I want to go out.
Oh.
I think I'd quite like to turn around and punch whoever did that in the face. In fact,
241 wounds? Just, I asked you the question.
Yeah, but still.
Go down. We'll
It was
be
a
over.
surprise.
Do we see this happening?
I'm assuming we
Nope.
were all.
Oh.
I mean, it would surprise them if I don't go down. That might cause them to.
And the fact you go down would be a surprise too. Crunch!
Yeah, not to the person who stabbed me.
No, not at all.
Yeah. They might think, get away. It's more I
Right.
don't want them to get away.
Mm.
So I think, no, I don't want to go.
But if
Excellent.
you go down, then
We'll notice.
we'll notice and
Yeah,
maybe
but
catch
that's
them
just-
but they'll still flee.
Yeah.
You hold on to that arm. You do.
Ah.
It's up to you.
I want to stay up, but I'll not necessarily attack my respond murder. But yeah,
As
but not out.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
You're not. It means you can continue on next round. You will be effectively unhurt. That's what the fate point does. As the blade slips in to his chest and slides by his heart, missing it by almost nothing.
In fact, truth be told, it takes away a small bit of fat that congested on the outside.
Oh, help me. I got a little bite.
There you go.
But it's
Like so.
fucking Shelley.
As it goes in completely and pain floods your body. Endurance test.
4 successes.
Nice.
That's always-
That means you only scream.
That seems
That's good.
legit. That seems a legit response.
As in front of you, the doctor does this. Why is this person screaming in my face? Everything's gone strange. Off to the side,
Doctor.
Von Ostland smiles.
Fuck that bitch.
A slight smile from the side of his face as he looks over. And from behind you, the blade, or whatever it is removed. What are you doing?
Well, I'd like to, if I can,
Uh-huh.
like grab the arm as it's taking the blade out. Just a bit too, because I want to make a scene.
There is no harm.
Ah.
As you, and there's no one there.
But is there a visible wound?
It was in your back.
But I thought it went right through.
It didn't go right through your chest.
Well, that's
Just
where I
your
was
back.
pointing out. I
Yeah,
could have
no,
gone straight through.
No, it hasn't gone through. It's just gone into your back. Yeah, you're bleeding. Oh, it's pouring out your back.
But they were incorporeal.
I think, yeah. I mean, I'm going to attempt to lurch my way back towards the party, but I think
Turns round.
the scene is being caused, so I think I might do a miracle.
I love it.
Yeah.
What miracle are you doing?
Healing hands on myself.
Sigmar!
Stop that, please.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Oh, you can feel it rolling down your back.
Yeah.
The blood.
Oh man.
Please work. I mean, it's a pass unless there's something stopping me from doing it.
No, there's not. You feel your own voice breaking as you realize your lung has been, as you speak your prayer, and your voice becomes fuller and rounder. And with certainty, with Sigmar in your heart, you stumble from your knee back to standing. Someone here tried to kill you. Who?
I don't know, but I want to get back to my cronies ASAP.
Yeah.
There's a mixture of responses. Gerhardt doesn't seem to care.
Still working.
The Emperor is more important in this precise
indeed.
moment.
Yes. Plus, he's lost in his own little realm of trying to figure out exactly what fucking drug this was. The Sigmarites, who are chanting, all stop, turn round, and look, and a variety of different responses come. Some look shocked. Some look deeply confused. One or two of them actually look, whoa! More shock and more just almost beatific.
Because I guess, yeah, a miracle has just happened in
Yeah.
their presence.
Yeah, quite. Sigmar is in this place. But they all know that Sigmar could do nothing. Shalia could do nothing. No one could do anything to stop this disease. But Sigmar is here and has somehow interrupted
And has
affairs.
brought Gerhardt.
I'll have a perception test for yourself.
A 10 successes?
10 successes. And as you pull yourself back up and move yourself back to where they're looking on with a certain amount of what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
You've just shouted in the middle, have you had a vision?
I mean,
Because that's the
if he-
obvious option.
If he screamed out of pain, I think.
Yeah, he's done that with visions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
all-
multiple
did,
times.
I mean, his hands glowed. Like when he does the healing hands miracle. Like that.
But
we don't know that.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Like,
it will not be the first time
Yeah.
you've done something crazy
Yeah.
with your voluminous voice.
Could Birdie smell blood though?
As step, as he comes forward and clearly staggering to begin with, and then more certain.
There is something I would like to do. That's
Yes.
some staggering, which is language battle. Assassin.
Assassin.
Mhm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like
It's
a
got language
warning
battle.
assassin. Well, I'm
You
hoping,
do?
I'm hoping
So
someone
Birdie's
fucking
got it.
likes card
Yeah,
play.
sounded good.
Yeah.
As you come forward
and there's quite a few looks around from not just the Reichsguard. You can see that apparently he's claiming assassin. His vision has shown him there's an assassin in the area.
Okay.
From your side, though, I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it?
That'll do.
Yep.
That's a valid
The vision
interpretation.
has shown there's an assassin here. As you catch out and witch. It was a witch. A witch did it.
Which did it?
Burn the witch, and you feel it almost reverberating through you.
I mean, if I could fucking find him.
I'm going
Sadly, Elric's not here.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'll then flash out in battle tongue witch.
Or maybe you can you do your thing that the enemies of Sigmar like.
Yeah. I'm going to roll in front of the door so anybody who wants to get out has to go past me.
Well, I was going to turn to the page and I close the doors. Like
And what are you doing, Gerhard?
Doctor stuff.
Make him comfortable, so give him pain relief.
I'm
You're
a bit worried about the fact that the words witch and assassin have just been shouted as I'm
They've not
standing.
been
Nobody
shouted.
hasn't been
They did
shouted.
for battle tongue.
Sorry,
you
in
don't
battle
know
tongue.
anything.
You're all quiet.
That's
I want-
true. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
that's
fine.
fine.
I want the people who need to know, but I don't want to cause a panic or them
Can
to
you-
know that I know.
Administer this cure before like
Yeah.
He doesn't have it. He needs all the ingredients
Yeah.
first to create the cure,
Which,
and then it
and he
needs to be
sent
applied.
for them?
And he already has, yes.
Oh, okay,
Oh, yeah.
fine. Right. Well, if that's the case, let's swap out the paralytic. And
Can't swap it out. He's got it. It's in.
You
There's
can
nothing
give
to
him pain
swap.
relief.
just give him pain.
Fine, I'll just get
Yeah, there's almost nothing you can do until the
paracetamol in
paralytic.
his mouth.
Yeah, until the paralytic wears off, you can give him pain relief, and
uh,
you could give him. But again, you'll
and
need to wait for everything to arrive.
And an anaesthetic.
Yeah, indeed. The good stuff will be coming, presumably, if everything that you've asked for
Yeah.
arrives.
I've got equal as well.
Yeah, but you,
I have to touch him a bit
that's
soon,
not
don't I?
necessarily going to be good because you have to touch him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's risky as all hells.
Well, yeah, I'll just wait for that to turn up.
So
Yeah, so it's
I'm going
good.
to roll in front of the
Administer those
doors
things.
and just make sure my axe is kind of sitting neatly, ready.
The murmurings of the gathered nobles at the end, of which there's about 20, looking a mixture of confused and stunned, and what's going on with this individual who is screaming and now dawdling around, and what's going on as you arrive back with your party?
Isn't someone gonna just stab me in the back?
Fucking stallion.
No, witch.
Potato, potato.
Eleanor Noyce just like no reaction on her face, just looking around the room. She didn't feel anything.
No, not at all.
Nothing.
Is there any blood on his back?
Is there a
It's
rip?
drenched down the back.
Yeah.
It's a black robe though, so it's pretty
Yeah,
much
she
unseen.
like put her
I thought it was
hand.
brown.
Yeah. Pardon?
I thought his robes were brown, not black.
No, they're black, I think, for the Order of the
Well, he's
Anvil.
got his cloak on.
Yeah,
He's got
he's
Oh,
his
you've got
green
green, you've got green
cloak.
velvet under on top of that, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point. It's got a hole in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
probably
just
some
gonna-
blood in that.
Yeah.
so-
I'm just gonna
oh,
look
you said that.
like casually put my hand on his back, you know, like
His cloak is fine. It's really thick, so it won't catch, but you need to get in underneath if you watch it. And red. As your hand comes out.
well, I'm not gonna
Rims.
pull it out. If I feel it's wet, I'm gonna wipe it on him.
Yeah, blood.
Push it back in.
Yep.
Are you
Not
alright?
anymore.
You are a bit. A bit.
No, I think you'll still be.
But
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
being stoic.
Adrenaline.
Yeah.
Did you
Gotcha.
Did you not hear any boogity boogity noises?
No, I
No
didn't.
castings, nothing.
Like and it's far close enough that we would have heard him be called a traitor and stuff, right?
Mm.
Heard that exchange.
Yeah, and we were literally looking up
Yeah.
on Austin. So it
Did
would
we
have
see
been-
Von Aslan smile?
Pardon? I think that's very likely.
He's first up against the wall.
We'll just
Right, don't like that.
I have asked
the
for the
alert.
doors to be closed.
Birdie,
Yes.
take 192 wounds.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
to the throat.
Ouch!
Oh my
I think I'll
gosh.
use a fate point, Andy.
As it cocks in your throat and you feel your air channels completely close and then everything in there twists
No
right
surprise.
round. Or, fate point,
Fate points.
down or out.
So if I choose
Staying up,
staying
then you
up,
will be
up and,
up, yeah.
and okay,
yeah, up and okay.
then I
or,
will choose that.
or if you go down, you can no longer be attacked by anything else throughout the rest of the scene.
Yeah, but I
and
also
onwards.
can't help.
Correct.
So So I will also
As-
choose down. Not
Wrecked
No, zeros. That's all.
and really
No.
blood pours out of your mouth, from your nose, out of your ears, as you choke on your own blood.
Question.
And there's from the court, as they're pulling away now.
Lord Doctor, is this illness contagious? Should we all be leaving?
I'm in battle
as you,
tongue. I see what you mean.
as you look round, and Birdie is streaming with
Yeah.
blood down her face.
Yes. Yes, everybody should leave unless they want to end up like that.
Leadership test, please.
Oh,
I will join in. Yes, you heard the doctor.
321 wounds to you, Sage. Okay, as your liver explodes within your body. What do we do?
I don't know.
Blows up in there.
Call the cavalry. No, I'm serious.
Pinpoint call
Yeah, call
cavalry.
the cavalry, because fucking
Yes.
what, like...
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Are you spending a fate point?
We need
And I then have another question.
colleges.
Are you going down, or
Yeah.
are you not?
I'm not helping the fight either.
And this also isn't a foe that we appear to be able to fight.
Yeah,
That's the
right.
problem.
That's
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking
If
about.
it turns out to be an
Fuck me.
octogenarian nun, I'm going to be furious.
To get over this.
Yeah.
To get over this
never will.
challenge. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
but
how
I
do you feel about...
The element
Ulrichs?
yeah, well, I've been writing letters of complaint. She hasn't even launched it.
Down or
Um,
out?
I guess I'm a very strong word in talking to.
I'm going out.
Out as she collapses to the ground heavily. Blood spreading across the front of her dress. Her tongue.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely helps in terms of, like, it's contagious. Because
What is
these two people have just exploded.
And can I go into my, like, it doesn't look threatening, right? It's just sort of like moving.
Shadow's coil.
Yeah. Wise. One of us has to survive.
Up on your tiptoes. You're prepared and ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think I'm entering the drilled stance as something I can do now.
Yeah.
As you're
and I
looking
think-
around.
I think I might attempt to call on Sigmar again.
Mm.
I think I might go for Divine Brilliance.
Lovely.
Brilliance!
I think I might go for that.
This is the scariest thing that's ever happened
It's
to
a
us.
fucking critical, baby!
I don't know
It
what's
is
going on.
alright.
What is going on?
Like 11
Face down for a moment.
successes. So yeah, Divine Brilliance.
So what does Divine Brilliance do, good father?
So enemies of Sigmar
Fucking fix
within
this.
area and line of sight, and I'll boost the area. The area is 7 yards or 7 squares.
7 squares.
I'll boost it to definitely fill this entire room.
Nice.
I can either take an action or a move, not both, and I emit light as a torch. It's not subtle.
As he starts bellowing prayers to Sigmar to defend this place and keep evil at bay.
You point the enemies out, we'll take them.
And hopefully
Someone hold the
somebody's going to...
Gerhardt!
I have killed the cavalry, yeah.
Yeah.
Gerhardt!
Yeah.
Take 312
Oh,
wounds.
Christ.
Oh.
Very sorry. Even though the cavalry was called, it had yet to arrive as you get hit with 312.
I thought that means we don't get hit anymore.
Well,
No,
takes
it
time
doesn't. It
for
means
things
the
to
cavalry
arrive.
will arrive. As you are picked up and flung into the ceiling.
Very contagious.
Very contagious!
Oh.
Well,
So,
I
would
guess
you like to
they
spend a fate
fought.
point?
Yeah.
Would you like to go down or would you like to go out?
I mean, how long does it take for the cavalry to arrive? Like, if
You
I'm-
don't know.
If you go out, then they'll
miscellaneous.
definitely come. I mean,
They'll be there by the time you wake up.
But I also need to fix you guys as well.
yeah.
Who's? You're out.
I'm out.
You're down.
No,
No,
we're not.
She's
They're-
fine.
they're both
There's,
fine, yeah.
currently, there's only one person who's probably hurt, and that's her.
We're both kind of looking bloodied. But
Right,
we're
but
okay.
out is like you're just down, but you're not going to get hurt anymore. Yeah.
No, out means you're hurt. but you survive it and will not be hurt
might not
again.
be able
You
to
Yeah.
help
can't be
them.
targeted by anything. You will survive.
Then I accept my being thrown into the ceiling. I'm out.
Gerhardt lifts, and for the briefest second, there's a pause, and then FING!
Oh, for fuck.
Directly into the ceiling. His body cracks into it. He falls down shoulder first and crumples, clearly dead, in the corner.
At least he fell there and not on the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite great. Screams come from both the nuns and the monks, and also some of the clerics, as they're deeply confused by this. On the other side, a call comes out from one of the clerics at the back, an old gentleman with at least 3 chins. Victory! He says, "Protect the Emperor!" and puts himself over the Emperor.
Oh, you silly. It's fucking contagious. Oh, I know what I'll do.
I'm going to stand up
Oh, lovely.
because it's going to give me the advantage of being able to see
Height,
more.
yes. Do yourself an athletics test.
No. It might take me more than one go because the wheelchair keeps me.
Oh no, the wheel! Ow! Oh fuck! Ow! Oh, man. Oh, it's so sore. By this point, there is a bruise that goes from your hip all the way down to your heel. Oh, it's nasty.
And I've got blood on my cloak.
Yeah. Right. Next round. Yes. Would you want to say something before we?
Well, I was going to say, but I've done an action for this round, so it's fine.
Sounds good.
I'm going to attempt to use Stealth Ether next round.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
Next round. Everybody roll 1d100, please, and tell me what you roll.
Even me.
Yep.
I don't want to.
28.
28.
28. Ooh.
Is this a critable thing?
It is not. Oh! Yes, it is. Does that make you feel better?
Yes,
What'd you
it
roll?
does.
We're clearly
11.
part of the
11, good.
Brotherhood of the Stabbed now.
16.
12.
12. Both of you roll d100.
Oh, no. Do you think that means we're the ones who get attacked?
Probably.
Yeah, they don't seem to like you guys.
79.
Well, you're out, aren't you?
I'm
07.
And he's out,
29.
and I'm just sort of,
79. Okay,
Yeah.
and 07.
and I'm just sort of stealthing.
Leopold has ginger hair. Has always had ginger hair. Never hasn't had ginger hair. Has always had ginger hair. And, in his memory, had brown eyes. Always had brown eyes. Not the blue eyes that he once had.
Did he have blue eyes?
Yeah, he did.
Genuinely
I
can't remember
agree.
what colour eyes he
Really
had.
great.
There's a blue,
Really great.
Genuinely can't
there are blue
remember.
green
Not look
sorts.
at them when you gouge them out.
No, I burned them out. I didn't.
You've now got to redo the artwork.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Fucking. Excuse me. I've got to redo his artwork now.
So what
You
colour
can
is it now
just
then?
put like a tint over
Yeah.
it.
Let's get over it. A slight tan. Oh dear.
Do you want Leopold to start shaving his head?
No, I have to redraw that
Oh,
too.
that's fair. That'd be harder. No, that's fine. I withdraw.
At the start of the round.
I guess we know who's here then.
At the start of the round. Oh, the correct.
But he.
I hope it's for the cavalry.
It is.
Yeah.
That's why I was quite pleased. I was like, "This is awesome."
Wish this was gin.
It's an attempt to use a spell that I was certain was going to fail, and it's a crit, so you can just go total power, which means it automatically passes, cannot be dispelled unless literally can't be dispelled. That's it. It's worked, which means that the Bridge of Shadows goes off, and the arrival of the Supreme Patriarch of the 8 Colleges of Magic. And the Emperor's brother.
Okay, that's cool. This is good. That's fine. That's work.
I was
is
about to
cavalry, my
shout
friend.
something,
Yeah.
and I've come to a conclusion of what it might be, but I don't know if I'm right.
Well,
Write it down and then you can tell us after.
I don't know if Alma Menowith will shout it out. I
As
think she might know.
as from a shadowy portal, spilling mist into the room, the Emperor's brother arrives with a long, thin blade with runes down its length and a clear master rune of Alaric the Mad sitting atop
Dog.
Christ!
Glory dragon.
He's got it held in front of him as he pops out. Another scream comes from one of the Sigmarites. One of them looks at him. I knew it was you, you witch! He claims, as Thyras Gorman comes in afterwards, floating above the ground by about 2 feet. Fire burning through his hair, burning down the runes on his arms, the cloak behind him also rippling with fire, the word Hruin flapping in the wind, as he lifts his hand and burning golden keys spin around his body. As to the front, there's a quick movement from anyone with battle tongue? Demon.
That's what I just wanted to say.
Yes.
Put it down.
As Gorman,
So does his parents' change.
Gorman shouts a spell at quite the volume. Ear-shatteringly loud, twisting words of the lingua prestantia, the language of magic.
Oh, you're missing this.
Any there with acute sense hearing? Do an endurance test.
Did I count for that?
Oh, this was the cavalry. That's my second crit. Oh, 122. That's a double crit.
I think I might want to have sex with Iris Gordon. And Emmanuel.
Could be fun.
As fire bursts from him in a great wave, far too fast to do anything about other than cringe, as it hits you and passes through. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the cringing nobles on the other side burst into fire.
Sweet.
This one Osland.
Yes?
I've got my eye on
Yes.
I'm almost kind of glad I'm out in case, like, my weirdness.
Another great point.
As he moves his hand round and holds up a staff. You didn't even notice it beforehand, such was his presence. Long staff that burns with the power of Actually. All of his spells are cast with total power. Every single one of them.
Total power.
Total power. On top of the critical that he got, which means that he can make his spell affect things, because of the crit of the spell, that normally it couldn't. There's burning from behind him, which causes him to do this. As he drops down to the ground and turns round and says, in a voice that's not entirely quiet, let's see which one of you buggers were responsible for this. It wasn't them. He says almost immediately as he looks at them, burning and screaming, and looks over at the Emperor's brother, who has skipped over to look over at his brother. See you crumpled in the corner, dead. Looks around. He doesn't know that. Looks to either side. Then I stand where the demon is.
I couldn't see it. It just stabbed us in the back. And
Gorman goes, it's not here. It's not here. They're still burning and screaming. And they're apparently just ignoring the four who are burning and screaming.
It's nice it's not us done it.
Was it the doctor as well?
Doctor as well.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. All right. That's good.
Saves us
out of
to-
interest, you just bear in mind how Leopold felt when he felt the word witch, burn the witch. Does he feel a certain sense of satisfaction as the word?
Boom.
No more than he feels.
Okay, then no, he doesn't. But yeah.
Yeah.
As he looks around, my God. Then killed the doctor. You think he's dead?
Yeah. Well, I'm shaking my head in disbelief, not because I don't think it's true.
God. Gorman says, well, bugger that. At least the Emperor's still alive. Looks round at you.
Still glowing.
Like, I'm on a mission. I'm on my mission.
What's your mission?
Just like, save this whole empire. So,
Yeah, so what
the
you doing?
fact that before Gahad died, he did confirm it was what he thought it was. He knew the cure, but he also told it to a Shalian in Bergenhafen
And Dr. Flask.
and Dr. Flaster.
I'm gonna try and wheel around to check on Gerhardt.
You've got there's too many panics to
I'm
Sim
also-
rights in the way.
Passed out next to you.
I bump over you.
Thanks, man.
You'll be fine.
And I didn't say what it was. I'm not saying it out loud, but I did confirm it.
As Emmanuel Ferrand looks around, looks over at the door, looks over at the Reichsguard, and says, "Pull yourself together. Get rid of anyone who's not burning, or these people. The Jaegers," says, "all of them." The Knights Panther, pardon me, the Reichsguard. Starts not Knights Panther, the Reichsguard start shooing out panic Sigmarites, several of which don't want to
You
go.
throw out that old geezer as well.
He shouldn't go, should he?
No, he can't be touched.
Yes.
Yeah, we should say that. No, he's contagious. He shouldn't be touched.
And she goes, "What about
He touched the Emperor.
How are you?
Contagious.
What does he do about it?" Put him in the corner.
Gorman.
Yeah. Cordon sanitarium and
Yeah.
As there's a swirl by the Great Portal is still open, and in comes a man in his 40s, small goatee beard, wearing a white shirt, dark trousers. As he looks over, "What's happening, Emmanuel Ferrand?" And he says, Lord Patriarch, there's been an assassination attempt on my brother. He comes over. "I see you've taken my sword. It's felt." He bows once. "Gorman? I don't know," he says. "Gods alone know what's happening here. Those buggers there, there's something wrong with them. They're still screaming quietly in the corner. They've almost given up their ability to scream. It's more of a croak.
it's pretty
As they're-
horrific. I'm just ignoring it.
They're not actually burning, but they
I
think they are.
see. Oh, right. Sorry, I thought they were actually.
So did everyone else as they were
Yes.
looking on in horror, but it's now quite clear they're not actually going up. As he goes, and great red chains wrap around them, strangling about their necks, each link huge, as they get burnt up, and fire flicks off the edge of the canes as he puts his staff down, and it causes everything to thrum as it hits the ground.
Before he
"Who are these feed idiots?" he says, as my friend, "They're the ones I told you about." "Oh, yes," he says, "they're young. I was expecting someone a bit more." He says, "I don't know. One of them's dead. Oh, two of them are. At least it wasn't you." He says he goes over. "So as they are." And he steps back once. "How's KF?"
I'm going to step in again. Excuse me, Thaz. Before he died,
He looks at you directly, peeling back slightly.
the doctor, who is now burning, our doctor was trying to find out what he had given the Emperor. He was concerned that he had given him something that he needed to counteract.
"It's beyond me," he says. "I'll guard the door, make sure there's no demons," he says, as he passes by you, looks at you in your chair, shakes his head, and walks right by,
Dr. Flask was
and
in Altdorf.
drops his staff down. As he does, he then bellows more words of magic, holding his staff, which thrums up with fire. And as it does so, fire bursts along all the walls, ripples across the ceiling as if it's burning, and flicks along the edges of the floor. As Manuel
Presumably it's
Ferrand
not hot.
looks around, it's warm.
Yeah, but not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know the Emperor will die of this purple brain fever,
Yeah.
right? If he's
Mhm.
not treated. And I think Dr. Flaster knows the cure.
Yeah.
If this is not treated, Dr. Gerhardt, the Emperor will die. There is a woman at the university, Dr. Flaster. She knows
Manuel
the cure.
Ferrand puts his hand up and says, "Yes, you told me that already." He says, "She has already been summoned."
I'm sorry.
He says, "Calm." And from behind, "Manuel Ferrand, what have you done?" He says, "It was the only way to flush them out." He says, "You endangered our Emperor," says the Patriarch. He says, "Yes, I did. Yes, I did." And he looks over at the purple, swollen face. "Gods, I hope it was worth it." And he goes over to where Gerhardt is. Hey. He doesn't have a very good skill at this, but he passed it. I think he's alive. He says as he slaps Gerhard's face. He says,
Loophole. He's alive!
Go over and
But
he does not look alive.
I will trust
Pray.
these life, and I will attempt to pray.
Poopy time.
Yeah. Healing hands.
Yep. No.
He gets some wounds back.
Yeah, totally. As you go down and he steps back. The Grey Patriarch, who is like, give me my sword, please. And Emmanuel Ferrand passes it over. As he takes it and as he lifts it up, a scabbard ripples into existence beside his waist, puts it down. Thief. Says, I was being expedient, he says. The Emperor's life was on the line because you put it on the line. You should know better. He says, now we've flushed it out, whatever it is. And what have you flushed out? Typically you, Emmanuel Ferrand. Typically you. Your risks are not worth taking. This is your brother's life, he says. As Emmanuel Ferrand says, yes, it is. And it is his duty to the Empire to stand in that place, even like this. He knew his duty and I knew his duty. And he saw it through, as did I. And we have learned something. He looks over and points. Them. And they will know something. From the burning door, Gorman sticks his head in and says, will you fucking Grey shut up? He says, there's things that have to be done. You, Stark. Piss off. We don't need you. Is it your palace? No. No. Supreme Patriarch. He turns around and passes into the shadowy gate, which behind him. Thanks. Thanks, Cyrus, says Emmanuel Ferrand. Cyrus says, no problem. He says, well, this is fucked.
I'm gonna go to Yumi because
I was
obviously.
going to say
As he
that.
steps over Yumi's corpse, completely fucked. He says as he walks in,
Is she dead?
she looks at.
Well, she's near me, so I can lean down and see.
What's your lower medicine?
Oh, minimal. But
Yeah.
I can see she's breathing.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
no,
she,
Elric-
she doesn't appear to be.
I think she's dead.
Listen for a heart.
Oh, you've got acute sense hearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pass that endurance
Okay,
test.
do yourself a perception test.
How long did your blessing of breath last for as well? 3 scenes. Yeah, so she doesn't need to breathe.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. She's immune to drowning and suffocating.
Yeah, that's the third scene.
It's either a really good roll or a bad one.
Finally, unless I've got advantage, I think I finally failed.
No, it had to happen eventually. Then she's
you know
dead.
what? It's near the end. I've not used my divination reroll.
I thought you had.
No.
Well, go for it.
Because I passed the thing that I thought I failed.
Yeah.
So I may as well use it. Yeah, that's a pass. 4
How many
successes.
successes? Yeah, she's dead.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
can't hear anything.
What you
Oh.
as
I'm gonna take her ring.
Wow.
as Emmanuel Ferrand
Tips on the dagger.
goes over to the wrapped up individuals and goes, Gorman, we're going to have some difficulty with this. He says, Electric Count of Ostland's not going to like what we're going to be doing. They're all Ostlanders. Gorman turns around and goes, what? Don't care. Fucking traitors. Burn them all. He says, come on. He says, I know. That's why I don't make those decisions. He says, you worry about that. I'll worry about keeping the little bastards wrapped up in chains. He spits at them. Emmanuel looks at him. And Ferrand turns back, goes, right. Shit. Turns round. Oh, your girl. Goes over. Looks at you. She dead. My condolences.
Can't hear a heartbeat, but my ears are ringing.
I think nods towards the large bright material.
Yeah, he's failed his test too.
Yeah.
I think she's dead.
Well, that's going to cause you up more problems. Nepalese embassy on the ass as well. My condolences for your loss. Gorman. What? Looks over, looks back at them. Can't we just kill them? He says, no. We'll be interrogating them. Then they'll fill your head with their filthy lies. They can't lie to anyone if they're dead. Yes, that's a me problem, not a you problem. He says, it's my job. He says, huh, yes. Well, if I hear they've got away, they won't, he says, as there's, on the outside, a shriek. Gorman goes, and walks through the flaming door on the other side. You can hear him through the constant burning around and the roar of it as he says, who the fuck are you? And you hear, speak up! Says the other person, come on, speak up, you're from the Light College, clearly. As picked ears from Manuel Ferrin, she's probably for me. Speak up! He says, Gorman! He says, what? There's somebody here! He says, I really know. I know. She's here for me, I think. Has she got blonde hair? Light College. Comes through the fire, just a head sticking out from the flames. Yes! He says, yes, I want her in here. Says, I'll have to... Can't you come out? No. The door's on fire. He says, that's why she can't come in. He says, I was hoping you'd have some sort of sneaky thing. He says, laughs at his face and then sticks back out again. You'll have to wait. He says, spell doesn't take long to go, but you see, the old staff, it likes things burning for a while. And besides, I don't want the Emperor to be in danger. You hear, what's your name? He says, oh, fucking hell, as he comes through. Apprentices these days. What's even going on at the Light College? You never understand. I need to sit down with Kant if he wasn't bloody chasing his boyfriend. Folds his arms. I'm fucking done with this, as he sits down on the floor in the corner. Fucking mess! My college being ordered thither and yon. And he says, fuck! There's a fucking demon here! As his Roman nose, demon nose, sniffs. And he turns round. Don't you think? And Manuel Ferrin says, I'm sorry, I don't have your knowledge. I don't have my knowledge, but I know that I don't talk.
Oh.
Says, oh, I see what you're saying. Huh. And he looks around. Huh. And it's still here. Well, hereabouts.
I'm looking at Emmanuel like my eyes are on him. Is it him?
I can't fucking say anything.
Down and out. As Emmanuel Ferrin is hit with 182 wounds,
Oh no.
which he takes.
Ow.
As he flies backwards across the room and slams into the opposite wall. His hair and his back go on fire. As he falls down, blood splashes
Back in
from
my
his face.
Wise.
As he goes up.
Stealth actor.
Stealth
Can I
just.
do the same?
Yeah,
my
of course you
snap.
can.
Fucking pass! Oh, yes, a crit! A crit!
Brilliant. So,
This is just in a wheelchair. Waiting.
Oh no! Looking around, what's gonna happen? You're out, you're fine.
There you go.
big ghost.
And Gorman twists round and raises his staff, and as he does so, an enormous explosion blasts in front of it. And the staff, tip to top, blazes with multicolored energy as feathers spin off it in different directions. Every single feather showing every visible hue that you can individually see. Spiraling off as he holds it in place and growls as his eyes burst into flame.
I'm not sure how bad it would be for someone else to draw Ume's demon slaying sword. It might be really bad.
That is the concern.
Holding it like so. And grins.
Can we see it now?
No, there's no it.
Well, we
It's
saw
just
the-
burning energy and
Yeah.
something's hitting against it as he grins. Because he realizes that the second a spell's being cast and it's still ongoing, he knows where it's coming from. And he is holding the Staff of Volans. Total power.
Can
As
I-
he pushes back, bellowing words of magic. Would anyone like to do anything as
I'd
that's
like
going on?
to run to Emmanuel Ferrand because I'm concerned he's on fire.
Yes, he is.
And I want to make sure that he's not on fire anymore and that he's also not dying.
Okay, sounds good.
So
As you
I'm
pop
gonna
over there.
help him.
Yeah, lower medicine test?
No.
No,
But
then
I've got
just
heal.
heal. Then you've no idea what you need to heal. You just try to damp it down, do what you can.
Once you put the
29?
flames out.
Yeah,
that's
totally.
Yeah.
Bat it down. He's unconscious. As he throws
And
a
I'll try
spell
to protect him.
backwards into the open nothingness where this spell is coming from. And 1 mile away, there's an explosion. It has an unfortunate side effect of killing everybody in its environment. Yeah.
Oh, where is it?
Shall we place a wager before Andy tells
Yeah,
us?
go
I'm guessing the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar.
Yeah.
I really hope not, but that would be 1 mile away at the bottom.
Yeah.
And the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar loses a full quarter of its occupants, who burn in bright magisterial flame.
That's not great.
Oh.
And Sigmar answers in your mind, the witches must burn for their desecration. And that is where we bring the episode.
Oh.
Boo, boo, boo.